The world has undergone rapid technological developments, and this has greatly increased the immense amount of personal data collection from individuals that interact with this kind of technology every day. This, in essence, has posed many threats to privacy, most especially when it comes to the amount of personal data consumed by these new sophisticated technologies such as Internet of Things, big data, video surveillance, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and drone technology. Every object on Earth will be able to generate data, including our homes, our cars, and even our bodies. Almost everything we do today leaves a trail of digital exhaust, a perpetual stream of texts, location data, financial information, health data, and other information that will have undergone rapid technology. This implies that we need to be careful, has greatly increased in this vast ocean of data. There is a frighteningly complete image of us, including where we live, where we go, this in what we buy, financial history, and the hospitals that we visit. When it comes to your access to a loan facility, is greatly instigated by the kind of gadgets that you Internet of Things, big data, video surveillance, all loud information is being recorded and stored drone technology. Every object, this is the revolution that is sweeping almost every human being's life. Cars, all these devices and machines that we strive to prevent in this revolution, a trail of digital exhaust, computers, cars, or refrigeration data, consuming financial information data, health data, starting from car parking spaces, internet searches, the Facebook and Twitter accounts that we need to be. All of these have already been reported to influence democracy. There is a frighteningly, literally every single thing that you do leaves a digital trace by as the consumption and utilization of such technology continues to become too known for most African countries. Beyond the world, everyone has a right to privacy. All while when there is responses to strong personal data. Every object, this is the revolution that is sweeping almost every human being.
Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Oh, woman, why you treat me so wrong? You're the meanest old woman I ever seen. I guess if you say so, gotta pack my things and leave. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Bwana nipe pesa, watoto wanataka, lakini mke wako ashazoea kutangatanga. Hata majirani walichoka kumuona, wao kusema fungeni milango, anakuja. Bwana nipe pesa, watoto wanataka, lakini mke wako ashazoea kutangatanga. Hata majirani walichoka kumuona, wao kusema fungeni milango, anakuja. Watu wote wa Nairobi wametaka kumuona, wameomba kila saa, yashanga kabisa. Bwana nipe pesa, watoto wanadai, lakini mke wako ashazoea kutangatanga. Hata majirani walichoka kumuona, wao kusema fungeni milango, anakuja. Wao kusema fungeni milango, anakuja. Did you hear the news on the radio tonight? People have agreed to give a love away. I can't wait to be there in line. No, 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 no. Politicians have agreed to honor and obey. Let them come and listen to what people say. I can't wait to be there in line.
12th Privacy Symposium Africa, live in Nairobi. Let's put our hands together for the PSA host, Nelson Mandela Onyikwa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to PSA Africa Symposium. Nelson is my name. I'll be your host, and I'd like to appreciate our organizers, that's Strathmore University, the Center for Intellectual Property and Unwanted Witness. At this point, I'd like to, a few housekeeping rules for those who are in attendance, in physical attendance. The washrooms are towards my right and my left. The gents towards my left, the ladies towards my right. Kindly utilize the sanitation points that are available and try to be at distance. So at this point, I'd like to welcome you to Nairobi, and I hope you're all excited. You seem sad, be excited. I'd like to appreciate the guys who have dialed in online as well, the virtual, all the way from different states and parts of the world. So at this point, I'd like us all to be upstanding for the national anthem of and the East African Community Anthem. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to appreciate our organizers, Strathmore University, at this point, I'd like to sanitation points. So this morning, different states and parts of the world. Good morning. Thank you so much. I'll request you all to take your seats. So welcome once again. I hope you're enjoying the sessions that you're having. I'd like to tell you just a little bit about why we're here and what we're here to do in these 3 days. Basically, this is the Privacy Symposium Africa. It is a Pan-African and data protection platform that was established in 2019 by Unwanted Witness to attract, present, and discuss regional research areas in data privacy, and the like. I'd like to appreciate once again our organizers, that's Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology at Strathmore University, as well as the Unwanted Witness from Uganda. I'd also like to appreciate our partners in this particular event, that's Privacy International, Civil Rights Defenders, Bombmans, APC, Academy, D4D Hub, KISNet, African Union, and to say the least. I'd appreciate those who have joined us physical. Do take photos, tweet with the hashtag is PSA 2022, share moments. For those who are online, kindly chat online, indicate where you're from so that we could recognize you. Basically, I'll let you know about the rundown of what you're going to do here in the 3 days. We've started with master classes today early in the morning, as well as tomorrow. We have thought-provoking panel discussions that are coming up today and also tomorrow. Then we'll also finalize the same with the launch of the privacy scorecard, which will be talked about much more towards the end of the session. I hope you're enjoying the session so far. Feel free, interact, and enjoy the sessions to be here and be with us. Why are we here? And I'd like to tell you a little bit of a story of where we've come from, in the sense that we launched the Privacy Symposium in April. That's the roadmap. That's where we began this particular journey, followed by regional engagements in Southern Africa that were done around June. Then we followed it through with the privacy regional engagement in East and Central Africa. And finally, we are here at the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa. Are you excited to be here? Are you excited to be here? All right, so at this point, I'd like us to move on to the next particular station where we'll have our welcome remarks.
Dr. Melissa Omeno, the acting director, CIPIT, to give opening remarks.
In Southern Africa.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me, and I hope you can see me. I can't see all of you because the light is very bright. Thank you so much to the audio and visual technicians. Thank you for coming here. I am honored to give the welcome address, and I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Madam Kasait, our very first Data Protection Commissioner, who is here. Asante sana for coming. And I've always wanted to say this for all our other distinguished guests and speakers, all protocols observed. So we're here today for the 4th annual Privacy Symposium Africa, which is an unwanted witness event. And this year is being hosted in Nairobi, Kenya at Strathmore University by CIPIT. So for those of you who are online, karibuni virtually to Nairobi. For those of you who made your way all the way here, thank you very much. And for those of you who are in Strathmore for the first time, karibuni. CIPIT is a think tank and research center that is based in Strathmore University. We have our origins in the Strathmore Law School, but this is our first year as an independent research center. And because of that, there's a lot of transitions and changes, and not only for CIPIT, for the country as well. I don't think I have to say much about that. You might know what I'm talking about. But when there are transitions and changes, we always seek to look for comfort in stability. And you can find stability in community. And community in the research space is found through collaboration. And that's why we're here today. CIPIT is very happy to collaborate with Unwanted Witness for this Privacy Symposium Africa to talk about data protection and privacy. When we look beyond the activities of today, and indeed the activities for the next 3 days, we need to always ask ourselves, who is at the core of the messaging that we will be disseminating here? And those people are you and I. Those are the data subjects. Data subjects are who we are targeting with this Privacy Symposium Africa. They are the reason why we have collaborated on a research report known as the Privacy Scorecard that will be launched on Friday. And that scorecard simplifies for data subjects how to identify which privacy policies work for you and what needs to be inside that privacy policy. What am I saying? I'm grounding certain aspects of data protection within the right to privacy. That is a human right. That means that data protection is an essential thing. Beyond that, it must be carried out within the public interest. And we hope that the speakers, the panelists, the master classes that have been arranged for you will carry that spirit. And also that you will feel the spirit of collaboration and community, that you will network with each other, that you will find out about the speakers, that you will reach out to them, that you will hear from the Data Protection Commissioner and their plans for data subjects, and that you will not be afraid about the term data protection, and that you will ground it ultimately in the right to privacy. Now, I might be biased only speaking about Kenya, but Uganda is definitely represented here today, and beyond Uganda, the wider African continent. And this is a timely time, for lack of a better word, to host this symposium, because there are a number of activities happening on the continent that are actually focusing on data protection. One of which is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that has the protocol on the digital economy or digital trade currently being negotiated. Now, the digital economy is best known to the younger people who are on social media, hello WhatsApp shops and Instagram shops, but they also deal with data of data subjects and need to be guided on a continental scale, because does the digital era have borders as to how to protect the rights of those citizens? So I have 5 minutes, but I'm going to concede my 5 minutes and stop here and say that by the time we finish with this privacy symposium on Friday, by the time you have the privacy scorecard in your hands, and by the time you are done listening to all the panelists, you will become a champion of data protection and the right to privacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You could see the passion and the clarity in what we are here to do and what we want to achieve in this particular session. So moving on swiftly, I'd like to introduce you from one powerful lady to another powerful lady. She was recognized among us the top 25 women in digital in Kenya. She was awarded the Presidential Award Moran of the Burning Spear for her outstanding work in public service and her continuous to take part in several philanthropy activities as part of our community. She was instrumental in setting up the first domestic observation program for the Commonwealth Secretariat while working at the Institute of Education. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and holds a bachelor's degree from Makerere University and a postgraduate diploma of Kenya from law. She is the first Kenya data commissioner, and she has extensive experience in elections, governance, women rights, and has played a key role in establishment of several projects in Kenya and abroad. And prior to her appointment as a data commissioner, she also worked as the first independent female in charge of voter registration in the electoral independent bodies. So a round of applause as we welcome our keynote speaker for the one, Mrs. Immaculate Kasait.
For a minute, I asked, his name is actually Nelson Mandela. Nelson, your parents are either serious Pan-Africanist or human rights, then you're in good space, you know. Good morning, everyone, our online audience and those present here today. Good morning. Dorothy Mkasa, the Executive Director for Unwanted Witness, Dr. Melissa Omino, Acting Director for CPET Strathmore. Melissa, you inspire us. We might want to go for a doctorate. We are very proud to have young people holding that kind of a portfolio. Before I read my speech, I want to appreciate both Unwanted Witness and CPET and Strathmore community at large for agreeing to host this privacy privacy symposium for Africa. Dr. Mukisa, Dorothy has just told me that it's the first time it's being held outside Uganda. And I think it's a good thing because then you're beginning to bring on board the African region so that people begin to have conversation around data protection. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to join you this morning as we discuss issues of personal data protection at a regional level during the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa. Many African countries have in the last few years made great progress in implementing data protection and privacy laws. The rapid rise in the digital fueled by the COVID-19 pandemic in the last 3 years has additionally made the adoption of such law across the continent even more urgent than ever before. The increasing innovation coming from across the continent have rejuvenated the African rising narrative, and as a result, making key privacy issues that are recognized as fundamental human rights in the UN Declaration on Human Rights and many other international and regional treaties to be considered at the core of business processes. Privacy is purely a moral obligation, and protecting human dignity and other values such as freedom of association, freedom of expression, and at times even freedom to health. The rapid advancement in technology and innovation today can threaten the privacy of individuals. Think about it. Every time you use a service, purchase a product online, visit a building, visit a health center, enroll for a school, or enter in a contractual agreement, you have to hand over some of your personal data. This collection and processing of personal data has greatly reduced the amount of control over personal information and opened up the possibility of a range of negative consequences as a result of unregulated collection and processing of personal data. The collection and processing of large volume of personal data has in turn led to the establishment of data protection regimes as a response to the increased concern by the data subject on how their personal information is being collected, stored, and shared by data controllers and data processors. Ladies and gentlemen, in Kenya, the Data Protection Act 2019 serves as an implementation tool for the enforcement of the right to privacy as espoused under the Bill of Rights in the Kenyan Constitution, specifically Article 31, C and D, with relation to personal information, though not defined as such It includes information relating to family members, personal affairs, and privacy of communication. To provide a legal framework for rights under Article 31C and D, the Data Protection Act 2019 was enacted on the 25th of November 2019. The office was established in November 2020 upon the swearing in of the Data Commissioner. Consequently, the office launched its inaugural strategic plan to cover 3 years, 2022-2025. We are 2 weeks shy away from our second anniversary. Our vision under this strategy is to enhance trust and build transparency of data protection in Kenya. In order to operationalize the Data Protection Act, the office, through a task force, developed regulate the sharing of data, protect data, consumer and businesses alike from risks of loss, including economic risk due to the lack of security of this system. Organizations that collect personal data have an obligation to ensure safe, ethical, and effective management of personal data entrusted to them in accordance with the accepted core principles of the data protections, which are lawfulness, fairness, and transparency, purpose limitation, data minimization, accuracy, storage limitation, integrity and confidentiality, and accountability. And I'm sure the different masterclass will speak to these issues around those key core principles on data protection. The existence of data protection regulation in one country may support the exchange of information from that country to another. However, there is no one-size-fits-all purpose to cross-border data flows. Domestically, countries must seek to adopt the best regulatory framework needed to shape their digital economies in ways that best serve their interests. This requires considering the divergent views and conflicting interests of consumers, understanding how the digital economic works, and carefully getting feedback from all stakeholders before policies are designed. It is therefore important to consider or call for harmonization of laws and the establishment of regulators across African nations. A coordinated approach to regulate and enforce data protection will see a safer, more trusted, more robust single market, and indeed single digital market. My team and I recently undertook a study tour of the European Data Protection Authorities, where we learned a lot from the European Data Protection Board. there is a need for a robust regional body that brings together data protection authorities and provide guidance across Africa according to the unique challenges we face as a region. This will help reduce cross-border data protection flows. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share some great news of Kenya being accredited as a member of the Global Privacy Assembly during the 44th convention in Turkey just last month. Kenya joins 100 other data protection authorities from across the globe. In addition, we are the 12th African countries. We have Benin, we have Cote d'Ivoire, Gabon, Ghana, Mali, Mauritius, Morocco, Senegal, South Africa. And as you can see from the reading, majority are from Francophone. And I think this is a challenge for the Anglophone speaking to also seek to join the Global Net for Privacy Assembly. In addition to that, Kenya is also a member of the Network for African Data Protection Authorities, NADPA, and the Secretariat is in Morocco, and it's chaired by the Data Protection Commissioner for Ghana, Madam Patricia. We are also a member of the Commonwealth Trade Network. And basically all these regional bodies work towards ensuring that we have a harmonized way of looking at data protection. As a result of these regional bodies, it will help us to improve the data protection ecosystem and give us a better understanding of what needs to be done to ensure we safeguard the rights of the data subject. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, a strong data protection framework can empower individuals, restrain harmful data practices, and limit data exploitation. It is essential to provide the much needed governance framework nationally and globally to ensure individuals have a strong rights over their data, and data controllers and processors the correct application or use of data will unlock opportunities that will see economic growth, as insights provided are likely to translate to increased transparency, good governance stemming from informed decisions or investment, intervention, and focus, and the like. Therefore, there is need to create an ecosystem that not only respects the right to privacy, but also spurs innovation, business, and socio-economic development generally. And to achieve this, we must proactively adopt data protection by design and by default to protect the rights of the data subject. As I end, I wish to take this opportunity to thank Unwanted Witness and the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology, CPET of Strathmore University, and their partners for organizing this symposium that seeks to advance conversation and the culture of protection of data at a regional level. I wish you good deliberation and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Come on, guys, you could do better. Better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your wise and insightful words. And I think it has set the stage to what we're expecting next. So before we delve into this year's event, I'd like us to look at a video on the Privacy Symposium that was done in 2021, a few highlights of the same. Then after that, we'll engage, just have a few of some expectations that you're looking for. I'll be coming to you, so don't look down. Just feel free to engage. So now we'll have the highlights for the 2021 PSA Symposium. So as the video continues, I'd like to take a few questions, a few expectations of what you're expecting and what you want to achieve.
On behalf of Unwanted Witness, I take the pleasure to On behalf of Unwanted Witness, I take the pleasure to welcome you all to this third edition of the Privacy Symposium Africa 2021.
We acknowledge that businesses and governments need personal data to be able to identify us, to provide services, to understand our needs, to improve the services they provide to us, and many other objectives. However, the personal information must be collected and used in compliance with the various laws governing personal data across the region and the globe.
The land is not able to ensure that your personal information is protected. It's important that civil society plays a critical role in creating awareness around data protection, what it means, how their rights can be achieved.
It is important that anyone who understands this topic also amplifies it. We are making efforts to also speak in our
On behalf
local
of
language.
Unwanted Witness, I take the pleasure to welcome you all to this third edition of the Privacy Symposium Africa.
How do we protect data? We can use so many controls, but I'll just pull out a few that you can use as an organization. So one of the ways that you can do this is by making data obscure, unclear, or unintelligible. We can use masking or we can use tokenization.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to that event. I hope next year as well, you'll be able to be in the photos and in the bits of this particular bit. So don't worry, you'll still be next year's event. So I'd like to take one as we are setting up our panelists for the next discussions. I'd like to take one or two expectations from the crowd. So don't look down. I might pick you if you look down, so you better look up. So any volunteers from this side? Volunteers. If there's no volunteer, I'll have to choose one myself. Just give us a few expectations of what you expect of this forum.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Francisco Biro. My expectation for this symposium is to understand how I can protect my data in this digital era whereby my information is always shared. Anytime I do a transaction, there's my data there. So I want to learn on how I can be able to protect myself. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be shy. There might be gifts at the end. So one more person as we proceed. One more person. I'd wish it to be a gentleman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenan Ami. I come from a company called Nation Media Group. My expectation is I'd like to learn more from the regulator, and I'm glad that Madam Kasait has really given a little bit of background on what they are doing, the collaborations that they've already had. Mine is also to try and understand when it comes to adequacy, what is the regulator doing in terms of cross-border transfers, and what are the plans, and just to learn more of what is happening around that space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much. We are now at the point I'll introduce the panel discussions, and I'll just give an outline of what you're expecting. So their topic is the use of data ID and humanitarian works in Africa at the 4th Privacy Symposium. So the use of data ID and humanitarian works. The format is in a hybrid session. We have 7 panelists. There are those who are virtual, there are those who are physical. There will be a moderator, and the key topic that they look into is the use of data in digital ID and human considerations. I'm not an expert in this field, so at this point I'd like to appreciate and give us yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So at this point, I'd like the announcer to welcome the moderator for this particular session to begin the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the second panel, Rahab Juma, from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner of Kenya. She is an advocate of the High Court, an ICT law expert, intellectual property professional.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome on board. I'd like to welcome you all to the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa. My name is Harith Abule. I work with an organization called Hakine Sharia. Hakine Sharia works with marginalized communities, and we focus on issues to deal with citizenship and nationality, specifically looking at access to the nationality documents. And we work with other civil society in the space. Hakine Sharia was one of the civil society who filed a case for Huduma number in the court, and challenging the issues dealing with exclusion and issues of personal data protection. And the Office of the Personal Data Protection came into being as a recommendation from the court. I wish to welcome my panelists who are the experts in the field. We are looking at use of digital ID in the space of humanitarian work. And I will wish to welcome Brenda Gabantu. Brenda Gabantu works with Communication Authority of Kenya, the body which regulates the digital data and the communication system in the country. Welcome, Brenda, and thank you for joining us. Next, I wish to welcome Cynthia Chepkemoi. Cynthia is an advocate of the High Court. She is an expert in the legal and data protection officer. She works with Southend Tech Limited. Welcome, Cynthia. I'll also wish to welcome Naima Ibrahim. Naima Ibrahim is also an advocate of the High Court. She's been in the space of human rights for 6 years. She works with an organization called Nubian Rights Forum. Welcome, Naima. And then we have 3 other panelists who are joining us virtually. I wish to welcome Victoria Oloni. Victoria is joining us from Nigeria. Victoria is also an innovative lawyer with significant interest in digital economy, data protection, and cybersecurity. Welcome, Victoria.
Thank you. Just confirming everybody
I'd
can
like to
hear me.
welcome Tobikele Matimbe. Tobikele Matimbe is also joining us virtually from Zimbabwe. Tobikele is a human rights lawyer and also a researcher and a social justice activist. And finally, we have Dr. Keren Wisberg. Dr. Keren is joining us from London. Dr. Keren is a tech and migration researcher for the last 15 years, and she has experience in East Africa conducting fieldwork in cross-cultural multilingual settings. She's also a senior lecturer in the School of Politics and International Relations at the Queen Mary University of London. Welcome, Dr. Keren. To put you in context, we are talking of digital ID in the humanitarian work, and the ability of one to prove their identity in the provision of humanitarian aid is increasingly becoming common. And with the advance of technology, there's lots of promise. However, identification can be significant in access, in having the different challenges in form of technical challenges where the people, the vulnerable groups who need humanitarian aid live in a setting where connectivity to the internet is non-existent or it's really challenging. Also, there is a challenge of ethical issues, how this data, personal data collected from the vulnerable groups is stored and how it's shared. We're also looking at once this data is collected, the privacy part of it, the respect that the owners of this data have and the agency they have over their data. We'll wish to go right into the discussions with the panel of panelists, the experts, and I'll invite Brenda. Brenda, the right to information can be as valuable as medical care or water in humanitarian setting. In what ways do you think data can be misused in a manner that puts the already vulnerable groups in a further risk? Welcome, Brenda.
Thank you so much, Aretha. I'll start with a short story that was written in an article. So there's an article in the New York Times that was written in 2016. So a young girl of age 16, and for Kenya, that is a minor, because here in Kenya, we have 18 years as an adult. So she's a minor. So she constantly goes for shopping with her father in a store or a supermarket in our context called Target. So they frequently shop at this place, and therefore, one time after many months, the father finds some, magazines, finds some few things in his mailbox for pregnant women. And he's wondering, how did this get into my mailbox? I'm a male, I'm not pregnant. What's going on? So he goes to the store because this really put him, at a situation where he's wondering, how did this come to my mailbox? And it even has my name on it. So he goes to the store to complain about why such magazines found themselves in his mailbox. And the store actually tells him, somebody in your house is pregnant. And he figures out very quickly that somebody needs to tell him something. So he goes back home and asks his daughter, "Are you pregnant?" And just to confirm what the store was saying, at this point, the daughter could not deny the state of, her status at the moment. And indeed, she was pregnant. So how did the store know that she's pregnant? How did a third party, like a supermarket, get some very intimate details about somebody who had not even dared to share the same details with their own father? And the store were able to, come up and say, the reason we were able to get this information is because you frequently shop here. So in your cart, you usually take soap that is not scented, you usually buy lotion that is not scented, you usually buy certain products, you're not buying sanitary pads. So from this, piecing together this data, we were able to find out that this person must be pregnant. So it has put this girl at a point where somebody else has already decided what her life, and has already revealed a secret that she was not yet ready to share with her father. Now, coming into our context, you can see how much data is very vital to a human being. It's very vital to a human life. It can even shape the way your destiny is. And we are told that the future is data-driven. But I dare say that right now we are in the future, and whatever it is, whatever is happening in this world is data-driven. Look at the companies that use data or are run by data to, to get an economic advantage. Almost every institution, almost every organization is run by data. So that begs us to the question of today. What about the humanitarian sector? How much of this data is valuable to them? How is data, how can data shape how they relay their aid? How do they pass their services to people who are already vulnerable? And I can say that data for the humanitarian sector is has a very close nexus to how they effectively deliver the aid that they have so come to deliver. And it can help them to know the very necessities of the people who they are aiding, or the people who they are helping, in order to be able to deliver effective services, both for themselves, the data subject in this context, and even those who are funding the whole project. So how vulnerable can this data, if mismanaged, if not put in a context of responsibility? I can give an illustration for the Kenyan context. In 2013, we had the terror attacks, and the government and even the militia group, the attackers, took to social media and specifically to Twitter to be able to relay certain messages to the public. And these messages were being relayed both by the public, the NGOs that were at the ground at that time, and also the official, the KDF, the Ministry of Interior, and even the public officials. So they used this platform to relay certain messages, or to be able to inform the public of what was happening in the 4 days that the country was under attack. And we can see that this enormous, or the accounts were so many, so data was not being synchronized. You would find an official account giving a certain message, which is not synchronized with another official body. So it was quite confusing to the public. And because the whole event was 4 days, it would even take up to 2 days to try and synchronize the information. And you would find that some of the information that was being given was misleading, yet this is a public account. So you would think that this information would be coming from a point of information, So this data that was being relayed on this Twitter caused a lot of unrest to the public. And we see some of the public members, because everybody was allowed to tweet, two gentlemen's photos were put up by a certain member of the public and said that this is part of the, the militia in there who are, who are causing the attack. And after some investigation, it was found out that this was false information. And apparently this picture had been taken way back. It was not even a current picture. So you can imagine for these two gentlemen, if the police had taken action upon them, what would have happened to their lives or to the lives of their family. And it begs the question, we need to manage data. We need to manage the privacy of individuals, even as we are relaying information. And we can see how vital information is in this day and age. Another perfect example of mismanagement of information is the genocide in Rwanda in 1994. One Radio Mill Collins was propagating propaganda through their broadcast media. And this caused an adverse effect or an attack on the Tutsi people, where we saw about almost 1 million people who were killed because of propagating this, mismanagement of information. So even in the humanitarian sector, we need to be very responsible on how we manage data. And just as the first example I gave you about stores using information or businesses being able to leverage on information to advance their economic advantage, we need to know that in the humanitarian sector, the burden is much more heavy because you're dealing with people who are already vulnerable. So any information, any mismanagement will put them at a very a disadvantage. And you can imagine the repercussions that can come about when data is not managed properly. But in this day and age, even as we look forward to seeing the scorecard on Friday, the privacy scorecard, we need to know the different trade-offs we have between delivering services such as humanitarian, which are very vital to people who really need these services. And again, being cognizant of the fact that they have their privacy needs to be protected, because even as you'll hear from the panelists, many groups have been discriminated upon by just the information that is out there about them. Many people have faced a lot of stigma by just the information that is out there about them. So even as we begin to have this conversation for these 3 days, we need to think about what are some of the things Africa or the world at large we are going to do to try and harmonize, to try and come up with solutions that can help us, even as we try to look at the human rights perspective of an individual, the privacy of a data subject, and also offering these very vital services that we do enjoy, especially in this sector that we are discussing about. Haritha, I think I would like to stop it at that.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Just a quick follow-up. Do we have, because you spoke of solution and making sure that the data is not misused against the vulnerable people or the general public, do we have any system in place already, probably maybe in Kenya, that the authorities has flagged it off or is working on it?
Okay, just to speak for the framework we have for data protection in Kenya, and Madam Kasait has extensively spoken about having conversation and looking at ways to protect every person's data, because all of us here are data subject, not only those who are receiving aid from humanitarian actors. So I believe the country is at a very good place with a very promising framework, with a very promising policy, because one of the policies in Kenya is one of the strongest I think we have in Africa. Very much, done with best, comparing to best practice around the world. So I believe with this kind of framework, I believe that we are able to have policies and regulations that can protect and are enough to protect the personal data, even of vulnerable groups. In the humanitarian sector, I would like the other panelists to speak about some of the initiatives that they have come up with. But one thing I know for sure is that the office has collaborated with the ICRC, that is the International Committee of the Red Cross, and they are in partnership, and definitely they are coming up with certain initiatives to see how better to protect personal data in the humanitarian sector, and even with the collaborations internationally, that helps us to see how to harmonize and to put together policies that will cut across, because we know that even as we seek to regulate personal data in Africa, we know that every jurisdiction has different social, economic, political, cultural attitudes and strength or weaknesses that we need to look into, even as we seek to come up with regulation around things like digital spaces that have no borders at all. So that's what I can say about that.
Thank you, Brenda. For the audience, we'll have a quick Q&A session, so keep your questions in the waiting. And for our virtual audience, kindly put your questions in the chat as we progress towards the question and answer session. Then we'll be able to handle your questions then. And secondly, I'd like to invite Dr. Karen. And Dr. Karen, if you can hear us.
I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Dr. Karen?
Yes, are you able to hear me? Hello?
Hi, Dr. Karen. We can hear you online, but I'm not sure the people in Nairobi can hear you.
Oh.
Dr. Karen?
Hi, I think that the other online participants can hear me.
We can also hear you.
You can hear me now.
Yeah. Dr. Karen, the digital identity and biometrics have long been divisive topics. On one hand, it gives a chance to reach more people who are in need at a larger scale. But on the other hand, issues related to data privacy has been raised. In what ways do you think the humanitarian sector can improve the system that's already in place to avoid or mitigate further risks to the people in need?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is a great question, because there's been several examples recently in the news of problems that have arisen due to the improper collection of very sensitive data, especially biometric data, from vulnerable populations such as refugees. And to answer your question, I think on one hand, This is a very straightforward question insofar as we know what the best practices are in terms of data governance and data protection in humanitarian context. So to give you some examples, we know that humanitarian organizations should be implementing data impact assessments and risk assessments, especially before entering into data transfer arrangements with third parties, particularly governments. We also know that there's a set of principles. These have been laid out very clearly by a whole range of experts and activists over how to ensure that people's privacy is protected and that data governance principles are respected. So, for example, ensuring there's informed consent. And obviously, informed consent is particularly challenging to obtain in humanitarian contexts where people often feel like they have to give up their data in order to access aid. We also know that we should use language that aid beneficiaries can understand. So explaining how data will be collected and used in the local vernacular that people speak is really key. Also, giving people the opportunity to withdraw consent, to have their data deleted, to opt out of data collection if they want to, particularly sensitive data like biometrics, to give people recourse. So in an ideal world, beneficiaries of aid and humanitarian organizations should be able to access their data, query the data, demand corrections, demand to have their data collected, deleted. That data shouldn't be just stored permanently. They should also be informed about data breaches, informed about any data sharing arrangements that exist. And we can also think about broader principles, especially when it comes to the collection of very sensitive data like biometrics in humanitarian contexts. So it's very important for humanitarian organizations to follow principles like necessity and proportionality when thinking about whether or not to collect sensitive data like biometrics. It's important for humanitarian organizations, and many have actually, to have essentially red lines where they know in specific contexts where they maybe can't ensure that data won't be improperly shared, that they don't collect particularly sensitive data like biometrics. And it's also very important to not combine or repurpose data collected for humanitarian protection for some other purpose, for example, for repatriation, for deportation, for security checks, so that data collected for one purpose is not then misused or reused for an entirely different reason. And finally, we can think about the principles of design, the design principles themselves. So what are the technological designs that are at work? So there's a lot of experts who are thinking about what are privacy preserving digital identity systems. Now, these don't necessarily have to be decentralized systems. They're often assumed to be decentralized, but systems that would, in essence, protect people's privacy through the very way in which they're designed. And there's particular risks when it comes to centralized biometric databases. So a lot of designers of these systems are thinking about what might be alternatives to the traditional centralized biometric system. So all of that is to say that I actually think in many ways we know the answer to your question. We know what best practices are. We know, what humanitarian organizations should be doing. The problem is what's happening in practice doesn't always line up with these principles. So to give you some examples, the United Nations, the UNHCR, we know that they strive for adequacy. They strive to, as much as possible, follow the GDPR system that operates in the EU. But in practice, we know that UNHCR staff often deviate from these standards. and don't always follow their own principles for data collection and data sharing and data preservation. To give a few examples of this, so Hakina Sharia has been working for many years with victims of double registration in Kenya. These are people who number in the tens of thousands who can't obtain national IDs because their biometrics are in the refugee system. And the reason this happened, this is really tied to decisions by the UNHCR to work closely with the Kenyan government to support and fund them to begin registering refugees. And the result is that the Kenyan government gained the ability to cross-check anyone who applies for national ID against their refugee database. So many people who registered as refugees out of desperation, for example, to access food aid, including minors, children who didn't even realize they were registered as refugees, who were registered by adults, now have been stuck in legal limbo for years, unable to get a national ID because of this. And this is really an example of data being collected for humanitarian purposes, essentially being repurposed without people's knowledge to assess their citizenship status. Another example that I'll just mention briefly is what happened recently in Bangladesh. So the Human Rights Watch reported how the Bangladeshi government, again, the UNHCR improperly collected and shared personal information from ethnic Rohingya refugees with the Bangladeshi government, who then shared it with the Myanmar government. And again, what happened in practice really differed from what the UNHCR's principles on paper were. When they actually interviewed Rohingya refugees, they found that many people essentially didn't realize, didn't give their informed consent, didn't know that their data was going to be shared with the Myanmar government, didn't know that it would potentially be used for repatriation purposes. In many cases, their consent was technically taken, but it was taken in English, a language that many people didn't understand. So again, we have another example of practice and principles, there being a big gap between them. So all of this is to say, in some ways, I don't actually think this is a data protection or data governance issue. I think in many ways, we know what are the best practices and the best principles for how to ensure that people's privacy is better respected, that people's data is collected and stored in ways that preserve the principles of humanitarian protection. I think in many ways, the real issue is actually a sovereignty issue. It's the very complicated role that humanitarian organizations operate in, where they're not fully independent entities. They often are beholden to host countries, to donor countries. They often are pressured into data sharing arrangements, even if they don't fully agree to them. They're also, in many ways, organizations that aren't subject to a great deal of public scrutiny. We know that there's no overarching data legislations that govern humanitarian organizations. They operate across multiple jurisdictions. It's not really possible to subject them to scrutiny. There's really a lack of oversight bodies. You can't, for example, FOIA, which is a Freedom of Information request. You can't FOIA a UN agency the way you might be able to a government. So there's really, humanitarian agencies occupy a very, in some ways, structurally compromised position where they're operating across multiple jurisdictions. They are subject to the whims, in many cases, of host countries, of donor countries, and they often are unable to even fully control the data they collect, which is really even more reason for them to be very careful and abide by principles of data minimization in many cases, which is not always what happens. But I'm going to wrap up because I know I'm running out of time. But ultimately, I think in many ways, this isn't actually a data governance issue. This is a political issue. That humanitarian organizations have to grapple much more seriously with the sovereignty and political questions that shape how data is collected and stored and shared. And it's really these political questions that in many ways, I think, are more important than questions around data and digital governance per se. I'll end there.
Thank you, Dr. Karen. Just a quick follow-up question. You talked of the best practices as an individual has an opportunity to withdraw in giving out their biometric data. In a humanitarian setting, how practical is that for one to withdraw?
It's extremely difficult. I absolutely take your, I understand the subtext of your question. It's extremely difficult to obtain informed consent or to give aid beneficiaries the right to withdraw data. So you're absolutely right. This is a situation of hugely asymmetric power relations where people often feel like they have no choice. They have to give up their data. They can't make demands to withdraw their data or to delete their data or to not give their data in the first place because they feel to do so would in many cases mean not accessing vital and essential aid. So I doesn't mean that we should throw these principles out the window, but we have to think very seriously about how you implement them in contexts where these power relations are so large and where many vulnerable people don't feel like they have the right to exercise these rights to their data.
Thank you, Dr. Karen. I understand I've worked with humanitarian organization and in humanitarian settings, so I kind of have a first-hand experience when it comes to collecting this data and in a humanitarian setting and what can be done. Dr. Karen has talked of guys people call double registered victims. These are people who are Kenyans who in one reason or the other got registered by UNHCR as refugees, and that had impact on their life in the later on. I will wish to invite Cynthia. Cynthia, the use of sensitive data in humanitarian setting allows for identification of the actual people that need support. And should this information be leaked or shared outside to other platforms that are not supposed to have it, that you can put people can expose them to issues like human trafficking and deportation. And how is technology a threat to privacy in a humanitarian work?
Well, thank you so much, Aretha, for leading me through that question. And to answer or respond to the same, I'd say with technology here with us, there's no going back. It is becoming part of our lives, and it's something we need to accept. And of course, it comes with risks and it comes with challenges, even to an individual person, even to somebody in the need of help. And maybe I just use the situation we just moved from the pandemic where we had COVID-19. And in such a pandemic, we all needed aid. It was a crisis and it was a global crisis, and it impacted every one of us. We had to stay home in closed doors. You had to work remotely. But then remember, how about people in places like Turkana? How about people in places like Dadaab? Then how are they going to get the aid they need in such a setup? Then it's technology that comes in to actually enhance the the operations that need to take place between the IGOs, these are international organizations, the donors, like ICRC, in its strict sense of the word, I'd say that they need aid. But then what kind of information do they need to give up to get this aid? This is personal information. And we are moving from that aspect where we are just giving out documentary kind of identifying information, like, let's say, a national ID card or a birth certificate. We are now moving to using sensitive data like fingerprints, biometrics, and in the digital space, it means we have a digital footprint. And does the internet forget, or we have it in a permanent kind of state? But then the question is, if it's permanent, or if the processing institution, or rather the controller in that setup, needs to actually protect this kind of information, or maybe they have a policy that states that within this period we need to delete this information because it speaks to the rights of the humanitarian people in humanitarian needs. And what do we do as, let's say, the controllers in that space, the donors? And maybe I'll refer to a story, or rather a video that I saw on TikTok. And there were children in Syria, young kids, who are begging for food online. We want food, we want food. But then remember, when I went deeper into research to understand what's happening in that space, it's donors sent money from across the globe. But because TikTok is a big tech company, it deducted a certain amount. There's a percentage. And the actual amount that went to the those people who need aid was actually a very minimal amount. But then, do we call this manipulation, or what do we call this in that scenario? Because these are people with aid, we need to help them. But someone somewhere in the middle is taking advantage of this situation. So this is a child, remember, crying for help. They have their video on TikTok. This is a minor. Maybe 10, 15 years to come, the child will see themselves and they'll be a totally different person. What are the implications to this child in the near future? That is 10 to 15 years. So the risks are that if somebody even wants to locate this child, they will go look for metadata in relation to that video from Syria and locate this child. What are the risks? The child can be kidnapped, they can be kidnapped. A lot can really happen in such a setup. And I'd say that part of the risk is impersonation as well. Let's move from the minor setup to an adult setup. There are donors that send or wire funds through certain accounts to this refugee, what do you call refugee camps. And in that instance, they need accounts to wire this money. These are financial details in the strict sense of the word. And when you give financial details, what are you referring to? These are your personal information. So in such a situation, what normally happens is, if we are to collect data as a humanitarian organization, I'd recommend, as Karen has stated, that we need to carry out privacy impact assessment so that we understand what kind of personal or sensitive data are we collecting, and how are we going to ensure that this data has been stored in a safe way. It could be through encryption or other means. And I'd say it's upon the organization that collects to ensure that the data is stored in a safe manner to prevent the harms that are likely to be experienced by the data subject. Because we normally say a data protection impact assessment is conducted to analyze the risks and actually have an understanding of the profile of, if at all there is a breach, then what harms will the data subject suffer? In this case, the data subject here is either me or you in need of humanitarian aid. And why do we give this data? It happens in very sensitive situations, like we need to assess education, we need to assess health, or reproductive kind of products, medical situations. And then what does this say about the data that we give up to assess these services? And as even Karen has mentioned that, then definitely sometimes we have no choice as the people in that situation, or the people in data camp, in humanitarian camps or refugee camps. It means at some point you have to donate or give up your data without actually an argument to say that no, I can actually object to the processing of my personal data in this circumstance. But because you need aid, then you'll have to give up the data for you to assess the services. So I'd say that the humanitarian sector is increasingly relying on technology to enhance the provision on services. And without us being on this space, then we might not really get the help that they need in that circumstance. And moving on to the issue of what are the impacts? And the use of technology, I'd say it analyzes data at every stage. Use of algorithms, as Brenda had said, it could be that it's artificial intelligence or something beyond artificial intelligence. And when you are now at a better position and you need to assess credit facilities in bigger institutions, it could be used against you to say that, how would you be able to pay for this credit facility? And yet 5 years ago, you were in a circumstances where you needed humanitarian aid and you are being funded. So it also affects credit worthiness of an individual, because most of the time it happens that, and I believe we've experienced this, we have people from South Sudan, we have from Somalia, they come and they get aid and they move to other countries. But then while they settle, and I've actually had conversations with some of them, and they say it becomes a challenge as an immigrant in another country because they are profiled according to their history. So I'd say that it's high time that we also come and actually have the policies that we have in paper implemented in the practical spaces in how we collect and process personal data and how we store it. And maybe it won't hurt to just recommend that it will be really important to have other forms of collecting personal identifiable information without actually referring to the specific individual. And maybe this could be done through data anonymization or pseudonymization so that we just mask that information at that setting. And I believe as time goes by, we understand that we've been in this setup and we've concluded this project, then it's high time we dispose this data so that in future it cannot be used as a reference point of offering services or being profiled in an era where, of course, we receive services based on automated decisions. It would be really unfair. So speaking to the issue of risks, we face risks in different circumstances and from different jurisdictions as people who are in need of aid in that setup of in the refugee camps. So to say, maybe there's something else I wanted to touch on the principles on the data subjects' rights and the data protection principles, because at the end of the day, the institution or the IGO that's responsible for offering humanitarian aid needs to, of course, be accountable to the data subject, ensure that there's confidentiality to prevent these risks. And in as much as there are other stakeholders engaged in the process of data sharing and providing services, then we might, the people in that setup might not understand that they need to consent to their data being shared to third parties, maybe to develop further product or better services, but then they need to be educated so that they are at the same level of awareness when it comes to sharing of personal data. So just to finish up, I'd encourage that the best way to mitigate such risks is carry out data protection impact assessments, which enables us implement privacy by design at the beginning of a project, and it runs through the project, and whereby the report or analysis is very clear that maybe we might have conducted a privacy impact assessment or a data privacy impact assessment to assess the risks, then the processing can be put on hold, or alternatively, it can be canceled at the same time or until the moment where we have the proper technical safeguards to ensure that this data is going to be stored in a proper way. Then I'd say the processing can proceed. So with that, I'd wish to hold it at that, then welcome the next.
Thank you, Cynthia. I'll now move to Victoria. Victoria Olini from Nigeria. Victoria, can you hear us?
Hi, good morning. I can hear you. Just confirming you can hear me.
Thank you. Victoria, while the international laws have been developed to protect people impacted by natural disasters and conflicts, many African countries have a glaring gaps in ensuring that data protection is in place, systems are in place. How best do you think these gaps can be addressed in the African setting to make sure that these communities, the vulnerable people, get the necessary support that they need without being their personal data being compromised?
Thank you very much for your question. To a large extent, I think the other panelists have answered I've answered this question to a very large extent, but yes, I would like to start with, while I was preparing for this presentation, I came across a news report about how sometime in 2017 in Uganda, the Ugandan police stormed offices of NGOs in Uganda and requested that they submit personal data of people that they have on records. And then they forced their way in through and took it by force. And this is something that happens very more often than should actually happen. And that's why I think this is a very important conversation we should be having, especially now, more than ever before. In Nigeria at the moment, the country is ravaged by floods. Almost half of the landmass of the country is covered in water. So a number of people have been displaced. There's been an increase in number of internally displaced persons in the country at the moment as a result of floods, natural disasters, terrorist attacks in the north. And one of the ways that the hardship of these vulnerable persons are alleviated is by humanitarian work, as ICRC coming in to give aids, NGOs sweeping in to provide healthcare, to provide food, to provide shelter, temporary shelter. And in the process of doing this, personal data is collected, sensitive personal data is collected every day. Most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, I want to give an example of how this touches on data protection. In Nigeria, during the COVID-19 pandemic, everybody was concerned and everybody was scared. People were trying to contact trace. I think an epidemic is one of those situations where humanitarian work is also at the forefront of prevention and then care. So in Nigeria, certain governments try to release applications and websites. Tech Hive Advisory prepared a report on some of these applications, and we discovered that although the intention of the government was great with respect to these applications, they wanted to be able to track people with the disease, contact trace. But then when you look at those applications, you discover that there were no privacy notices. There were no ways data subject could exercise any of their rights. So you just sign up, you give up your data, and then there's no way to delete your profile. There are no privacy notices. There's no information on who to reach if you have any issues. And data was being collected on a large scale because of the pandemic. And then data protection just seemed to take the back seat in those circumstances. I think one of the biggest issues here is the fact that privacy and data protection, they are not absolute rights. So they have to be balanced when issues like natural disasters come up, national security come up. But with vulnerable groups, that balance has to be tilted to a certain extent in their favor because they're already at a disadvantage. And where their information is not well managed, other parents have given various examples of how data has been exploited wrongly for vulnerable groups, particularly in Africa. Now, moving to my question, because I was trying to give you a background, particularly in Africa, where at the moment, as you mentioned, there are gaps. And one of the major gaps is the fact that certain countries who have vulnerable groups in large numbers, countries who there is a lot of humanitarian efforts ongoing, there's a lot of data collection around that space, don't have data protection laws at all. Not to talk of enforcement, not to talk of other kinds of policies and collaborations with human rights bodies. These laws don't even exist. So there's nothing to enforce. There is data is just exposed to the whims and caprices of whoever has it, whoever uses it, and then can be used and exploited in any way. So that's one of the major gaps, apart from the general issue with African continent with respect to enforcement. The first issue is that there are issues with laws and policies on these things not even existing in the first place. So Nigeria has the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, which was introduced by NITDA, which is an executive body, but our data protection law itself is yet to be passed. There's a draft in the House of Assembly. There's a draft that is about to go to the legislature at the moment. But a country like Nigeria, that not having enacted a data protection act, sends a message on his own. While looking through the website of our Human Rights Commission, there's almost nothing, no references to data protection, like it doesn't matter. Like even at the national level, it's almost like when we talk about humanitarian efforts, why things like dignity and other human rights are being addressed, data protection is not one of the issues at the forefront because it appears that in Africa we have bigger issues we focus on rather than things of this nature. So these are some of the gaps and the problems we have with respect to this. So what can we do about this? One of the first things I would like to mention is, yes, it's overflogged. As Dr. Karen said, it appears we have the answers, but we just don't use them. So there should be, so we can look at this from various angles. We can look at it from the government. What can the government do? So the government, one, government can pass laws. The government can collaborate with international organizations, international bodies to have policies around data protection for the country. I think it's a step in the right direction. If the country has a law, then we can talk about, okay, how do we work it into humanitarian efforts? Because humanitarian effort cannot exist in a vacuum. It has to be tied to something, it has to be linked to something. So we are talking about laws, we're talking about synergy between the government and the humanitarian bodies. But one important thing I would like to mention is the humanitarian bodies themselves. I was reading a report where the ICRC, their unit on data protection, was talking about how they function in countries that don't have data protection laws, because we see that some of these international bodies are headquartered in maybe Europe, where the laws are standard and they are, at least to a large extent, being enforced. And when they have to come into countries that don't have laws, what do? So we have to talk about creating internal policies. We cannot say because the country does not have law, we can't do anything about it. Pending the time you lobby and get the government to do something about it, humanitarian organizations need to begin to look inward. And this, I think, draws me to what Dr. Karen said about it being political. So even when there are policies, to what extent can they decide to enforce those policies around data protection, given that their finances and their whole existence is tied to a donor country constantly supplying them funds to run? But one of the things we can say is irrespective of the fact that there are issues around, okay, the independence and the standing of these humanitarian bodies, it's important that they create internal structures to manage things like this. Data protection by design, data protection by default. When these systems are, when this is taken into consideration when creating a system for collecting and processing information of vulnerable groups, even when you are supposed to pass on information, if a system is designed in a way where you only take what you need, and then there's a retention period, and it limits exposure to a certain extent, rather than when there is no internal policy at hand and every data is taken and kept forever. So creating internal system within these humanitarian bodies will go a long way to bridge the gap when we take into consideration principles of data protection, especially in countries where there are no laws, or even where there are laws and there is no history of enforcement, or there's no, the laws have not come into force or they've not come into effect. We cannot sit and wait and fold our hands and say, oh, we can't do anything. We can't put the responsibility on vulnerable groups to protect themselves. Yes, I think education is important. We need to educate these people, because in the situation where they are, they just need food, they need clothes, they just need to stay alive. They are not at that point thinking about, oh, someone is going to exploit my data, someone is not going to exploit my data. That's the last thing on their minds. So the responsibility doesn't lie on them. We shouldn't place the responsibility on vulnerable groups to protect their own data. They are not in the position to do that. We said we should look towards the governments themselves, other international organizations, the humanitarian groups themselves, creating policies and creating systems that protect, that are geared and engineered to protect these vulnerable persons. These are some of the ways to bridge the gap that we have, particularly I'm speaking from the Nigerian and the African perspective.
Thank you, Victoria. Maybe just a quick question that will cut across both Victoria's insight and Cynthia's insight. A situation where personal data, biometric data has been shared with third party, are there any platforms that the victims of the data that has been shared can seek legal redress? And also considering that these victims are not people who can afford legal fines?
Oh, well, so I'll go first. Yeah. Then Victoria will come in. So what I can say is sometimes we find ourselves in a situation whereby the data that has been shared were collected using processors. Remember, the processors are just there to process the data and hand over to the controllers of this data, which in this setup, it is a humanitarian organization. It could be or a civil society, maybe. And in this circumstance, what happens is that the data has been shared with the controller, which is the humanitarian organization, but then maybe because they need to collaborate with a third party to provide these services, then they'll be forced to share the data. But then how should this happen? It should happen with the consent of the data subject in that circumstance. And where it's been shared without their consent, then from the practical approach that one should take is we have the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner here in Kenya. And under the Act, the provision is that at a point where your data has been shared without your consent to a third party, then you can file a complaint with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, because this is a process that you didn't consent to, because you don't know what is this data going to be used for further. The controller might be in the know, but as the data subject, you could not be in the know. And maybe it could also be a challenge of literacy where people fail to read the policies or the terms and conditions of actually giving out their data to such organizations. And let's say in online setup, a platform, and then at some point what happens is the platform itself has its guidelines and standards. And where you feel like your rights as a data subject have been violated, then there are procedures to follow to report violation of such rights in those platforms. And maybe the best example I can use is the first one I talked of TikTok, where children were begging. And maybe this child feels like they really need food. And I really need to say, I want food, I want food. But then it's been shared. This is a public platform. The information is available in public spaces. So when you give up your data willingly, where the consent is informed, it's explicit, then you could not have a claim. But then when it's been shared with a third party, this is where you can come and say, I didn't consent to this, because at the end of the day, this is an online platform. We have TikTok, you've shared your data, this is the controller. But then it's a third party that needs to respond and offer the finances, finance all these people who are seeking aid. But then there's still a challenge, especially in online platforms. But then in a local setup, the proper place to file a complaint is the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. But the question is, are people in humanitarian setups aware of their data rights?
Thank you, Cynthia. Victoria?
So yes, thank you very much for that question. We have similar provisions under the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation in Nigeria, where you can actually file reports with the Nigeria Data Protection Bureau, even through their website. And then we've had we've had cases in courts, people filing matters in court for breach of right to privacy. So these are some of the platforms that can be used. But again, we need to ask about the practicality of this. We're not talking about regular people in high-rise buildings or who are overly educated with access to internet and access to this information. While we have these platforms, we need to ask ourselves, do vulnerable groups, to internally displaced persons, persons living with maybe some kind of disability who are marginalized, as I think that's the focus of this panel, do they have access to these platforms? Is this, are they aware these platforms even exist? Is it an avenue, ability, or knowledge to explore? So why we have the avenues for reporting complaints that, okay, my data has been shared with third parties. It's people like you and I that can use those platforms. The people we are talking about might not even be aware of this. So it's something we need to reconsider, making it accessible to vulnerable groups, making it more inclusive. I think that's a word that comes up very often these days, because the process at the moment, I don't think it works, except maybe a lawyer somewhere takes interest in a group and decides to file a class action of some sort. But generally speaking, I'm not sure it's very practical, the current framework we have on ground for seeking redress. I don't think it works for generalized groups.
Thank you, Victoria. Brenda?
Oh, thank you so much for allowing me to weigh in on that question. And just to add on what Cynthia and Victoria have said, I still very strongly believe in the framework as put in Kenya, the legal framework around data protection, is that humanitarian aid workers or actors have to collaborate with service providers, more so because some of the services they provide in a digital ecosystem, they have to collaborate with people Cynthia's called processors. So they remain the controller. So what the regulations in Kenya have done is to require the processors and the controllers to have an agreement between them to safeguard the data that they collect. So the onus has been put on the controller, but the processor has been brought to some kind of responsibility by ensuring that there exists an agreement between them, which in this sense is a contract. So if on your end, you go over and beyond or breach the contract that we have between you, say the humanitarian aid actor and maybe a telecommunication service provider, then you are liable for breach of personal data. And as Cynthia has correctly put it, every data subject has the audience to seek redress with the Office of the Data Commissioner. And regardless of the mode they use to, to seek this redress, they can do it via orally. They can make a phone call, they can write an SMS, they can call in, they can, the possibilities are endless for the data subject to report or to say that their rights have been violated. Again, the question, as Victoria has put it, how a data subject will seek their rights or how the implementation will work, it's another question, but at least for now, as a starting point, the data subject has redress, and also the actors in the ecosystem of data protection are also held to a very high responsibility when it comes to dealing with personal data in a responsible manner.
Thank you, ladies. I'll now move on to Tobekile Matimbe from Zimbabwe. If you can hear us, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much. I hope I can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Can you?
Tobekile, the 2020 ransomware attack on the US Blackboard has affected many organizations like Oxfam and World Vision. It's a stark reminder that there's possibility of data leakage of an already vulnerable populations. Constant data breach attempts. How can humanitarian organizations keep the valuable data in their custody in the active phase of hacking the systems?
Thank you so much. I will start from the onset by highlighting that the humanitarian organizations, they are, a major, data controller. They mine a lot of data for vulnerable populations and groups, and they are not exempted as well from, the human rights considerations that they have to put in place to ensure that vulnerable groups are safe. And with that background in mind, it is also important to also highlight that I think with the 2020 ransomware attack, it kind of flagged out what we should know already, that even in the humanitarian sector, there is no immunity from cyber attacks, and there is need for data security to be one of the driving concerns for the humanitarian sector. So coming to the question that you asked, I think I have a number of critical recommendations that I've just put down and out for purposes of this conversation we're having. And the first one being that within the humanitarian sector, it is important for simple adherence by the humanitarian world to be able to ensure data governance mechanisms or data governance best practices to ensure that vulnerable groups and populations are safe. You find that what we have even at regional and international level, looking at treaties and guidelines or general comments and things like that, you find that they tend to, of course, focus a lot state actors, because state actors have an obligation to adhere to human rights standards, including privacy, and on that basis, you find that we can also draw, I think, insights for humanitarian with regards to what is best practice with regards to protecting vulnerable groups. So you find that at regional level, the African level, you find that the African Commission has a declaration on freedom of expression and access to information. And in that, it unpacks, how, governments themselves or states should be able to put consent confidentiality, lawfulness of information, collection, transparency, disclosure as well, and also avail even data subjects the opportunity to seek erasure of their information, as well as rectification of the information that is collected. So you find that drawing from that, bringing it to the context of the humanitarian sector, you find that the same considerations should also be able to apply with regards to practices of collecting data and, things like informing, the population, the beneficiaries themselves, requiring the relevant consent even when information or data is being shared across different entities and third parties and the likes. It's very critical. But beyond just simple data governance best practices that needs to be adopted by the humanitarian world, you find that trust building is also something that is critical. In the aspect of trust cannot be divorced from the conversation of data governance and data collection or data mining. You find that vulnerable groups, what they want is support for whatever the need is. They need support, and humanitarian sector is definitely giving that support. But within that process of service delivery of that kind of support, it is important to build trust that when data is collected, data is going to be kept secure and safe and not prone to data breaches or, prone to even, being abused as well through government action. So you find that humanitarian sectors must be able as well, the same yardstick we measure the private sector with regards to how they respond to information requests. The humanitarian world is also not exempted from this, in my view. They are supposed to also be able to push back against, political demands for information, and to do so in a way that is transparent. And through that system, you find that trust is built. If I'm a refugee, for instance, in a refugee camp, how safe am I? And I'm, sort of like, at the, I'm really there at the, at the instance of humanitarian organizations that are offering support to me. But what I want to know is, where is my information going? How is it going to be used? I might not be able to ask for that because I'm not fully aware right now. If I want food, for instance, I'm in a refugee camp, that's what is my pressing need. But generally, from the perspective of humanitarian organizations being in a position of power in that instance, they have a duty to ensure that they are, assure me that I'm safe in that context. And that also extends to as far as what happens to my data. I'll also talk about the third thing that I would also throw in there, which is also that humanitarian organizations or humanitarian institutions, they should be able to focus heavily on mitigating exclusionary effects of the use of data that they collect. And more specifically, when digital technologies are used, there's a whole lot of reflection that needs to go into what is the status of the beneficiaries? Are they able to fully use digital technologies if information is being collected through the use of digital technologies and things like that? And what are the gaps? What happens if someone has failed to possibly upload certain information, perhaps on an application and things like that? What is the supporting role that is being brought in to make sure that no one is left out of the cracks or no one falls within the cracks and is left behind from getting humanitarian support? So that is very critical. And I will draw from, the UN special mandate holders who had RightsCon this year, including the special rapporteur on freedom of opinion and expression. One of the key things that they highlighted was that, looking at digital rights violations within the context of digital IDs, you find that they are, there's a possibility of escalating, discrimination that comes to, the collection of information through digital technologies. And the idea is that within the humanitarian world, there's need to mitigate what happens and not to deepen, the humanitarian crisis that is there. So vulnerable groups already are vulnerable without perpetuating further vulnerabilities. So that is important to highlight as well. I'll touch on the last 3 points before I conclude. The next thing, obviously, that humanitarian organizations are fully aware of is, of course, the do no harm principle to the beneficiaries themselves with regards to collecting their data. So again, this kind of ties into the aspect of transparency with what happens when, even there's, government requests for information and the humanitarian organizations themselves have not disclosed to the data subjects that they're going to take this information that they've collected and also share it with certain government entities and things like that. So there's need for that kind of do no harm principle at the back of the mind in, doing any collection of data, and also ensuring that there is disaster reduction, disaster risk reduction through the process, and also protection of key groups in the process. The fifth thing I'll highlight is the aspect, of course, of technical expertise within the humanitarian world. This is critical. I think the cyber attacks, what has been witnessed with the data breaches, is clear that there is need for technical support within the humanitarian organizations to ensure data security. Yes, it is important that we have, support through humanitarian aid and also collaboration across a number of entities, etc. But what happens with the actual systems for storing the data itself, and do our humanitarian organizations have the relevant expertise? This is an area of investment, and I think it should be, a key priority as well. And then I think also, lastly, building awareness as well within the humanitarian sector of the importance of data protection from the humanitarian workers themselves to actually the beneficiaries themselves, so that they're able to fully appreciate that actually, they have also some form of, power when it comes to what happens to their information, and that they also can follow certain channels. Do people or beneficiaries within the humanitarian context, this is what we've been discussing, do they know that they actually have a certain form of agency that they can take advantage of and be able to call for safe, data processing, in their context? So I think, as I wrap up, I think it's very critical that in answering that question, we broadly challenge the humanitarian sector to, use the same yardstick that is applied even when you're looking at UN and, and when we're looking at human rights and the business world as well. We talk a lot about the guidelines on business and human rights. I think in the same vein, I think we can extend the same yardstick to say we want transparency, we want due diligence when we're looking at what happens to people's data in the context of humanitarian works. So I'll keep it at that, and yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Tobikele. And that brings me to our last panelist, Naima. Naima, all humanitarian sectors are guided by the principle of do no harm. And this applies across all their work, up to and including data handling. In the humanitarian sector, the technological advances has meant that there's lots of data sharing among the humanitarian sector, and this is maybe it's to improve the coverage and reaching the people with the assistance that they deserve. How best could this data that is collected by the humanitarian sector that is sensitive be managed? How do we manage?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. When we're looking at sensitive personal data in the humanitarian aspect, we do note that there are very many positives to it. When you look at the refugees in Jordan, they can get groceries by the blink of an eye. Yeah. When you look at the Rohingyas, yeah, they have a meal card which has information about the whole family. Your meal card has information about your whole family. So yes, there are benefits to using digital ID for humanitarian works, but improper management of this digital data is what causes the hacks. We can look at the USAID Nobelium hack, yeah, where more than 150 humanitarian organizations were affected by the breach. Now, data management equals data responsibility. as humanitarian organizations, are you responsible for the data that you collect? Digital ID for somebody like me is a fairly new concept, because as a member of the Nubian community, when the government introduced the Huduma number, that is when we were like, the only thing we know in the Bill of Rights is on privacy. Why do they want to know who I'm married to and all these things? So essentially, there was no regulation with regard to data, especially personal information, which is quoted under Article 31C of the Constitution of Kenya. So moving to court, we got directives with regard to that the government should put in place an act of parliament that will deal with the digital ID and how such information will be regulated and governed. Now, when you move towards data management, there are specific issues that needs to be addressed, especially with policies and directives. In the international sphere, we note that the UN, the ICRC, there are various directives, various policies that have been put in place to govern digital ID management. So if I am to give a proposal on how this sensitive data is to be managed, especially in Kenya and the digital world, number one, when we talk about data sharing in humanitarian organizations, yes, I might be providing a different aid. She might be providing a different aid as a humanitarian organization. But how do I share this data with her in a space where this data will be safe? So there is something called data sharing agreements between humanitarian organizations. And in these data sharing agreements, there are certain clauses that must be captured. Yeah, specific contractual clauses with regard to the recipient organization providing appropriate data protection in that data sharing agreement. So I can only share this data with you with regard to these vulnerable people if you can ensure that this data will be safe from your point of view. Number two, when I also refer back to the Nobelium hack, we need to note how this hack was orchestrated. What did they do? Number one, they had to gain access. Yeah. Number two, after gaining access, they had to install the malware. And then after installing the malware, now they gain control. So essentially, how do you prevent it from the beginning as a privacy, from a privacy risk approach? So what you do, you put in measures to prevent cyber attack. So this information that you have about these people, to ensure that people cannot access it, you have to maybe use encryption, or as my fellow panelists say, you can pseudo, what was that word? Using, or anonymization, yes? So that we can prevent the instant that these people cannot access this kind of information. Number three, we can recommend that humanitarian organizations in management of this sensitive data, they can have personal data protection and privacy principles. Now, we have noted these principles have been mentioned in all these other international directives and provisions, but having it personalized to the kind of work that you do will be very important for the data subjects. When you look at the issue of partnerships, which is another way that data can be protected, or this data can be properly managed, we look at the fact that having partnership agreements, like in 2020, the OCHA, which is the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, together with the ICRC and the government of Switzerland, they launched the HDTI, which is the Humanitarian Data and Trust Initiative to advance the protection and responsible use of humanitarian data. So such partnerships are also important in the management of sensitive data. Number three, when you look, number four actually, I don't know what number I'm at. When you look at the privacy risk approach, there are certain things that humanitarian organizations must have in order to help in the management of this data. We look at the governance. Does this humanitarian organization have proper governance with regard to guarding this data? Yeah. So do they even have a data protection officer? Because the data protection officer is the one who will come up with the organizational data protection plan. And the data protection officer will also have a strategy on management and data protection. So governance of data protection in humanitarian organizations is also one thing to look at with regard to management of that data. You need to have an officer who is well skilled to manage this kind of data. And then we go to record keeping. When you have this kind of sensitive data, you need to manage who is accessing this data, who are you sharing this data with, when did you share it, such that when there is a breach on this data, you know where it came from. Yeah, so you need to have proper record keeping as an organization. Next, I will talk about fostering privacy training and awareness communications and activities. So as I said, the issues data protection and data privacy with regard to digital ID is something that is new to us. So we need to, as humanitarian organizations, do constant awareness training to even our staff members, so that when they see a data hack or a data breach, they can quickly identify it. But if we do not have resources to, or resourceful people who can identify this for us, where we have not trained them as their staff, as our staff, then it will be quite difficult for us to manage this sensitive personal data. Establishing privacy roles and responsibilities relating to data protection. So you have a humanitarian organization. Have you assigned specific roles to specific people with regard to management of this data? From where it is being collected, yeah, the data handlers. How do they collect this data? Do they collect relevant data, or do they collect all the data they can get? So also minimizing on the amount of data that you collect as a humanitarian organization, and also the time that you take to dispose of this data after using it. This can help mitigate risks when it comes to hacking and all these other issues with regard to personal data. So I think those are some of the recommendations that I can give on management of such data. Thank you.
Thank you, Naima. And I think generally, yes, digital data is new, especially in Kenya. It's something that came up with Huduma number. We all know how we were put under a lot of pressure that if you don't register, you lose ABCD, and we know the amount of information that was collected. So issues on how safe is that data that you've collected is what brought about the case. And again, when you go to a specific service data point, service delivery point, how much information can that person access? How much information can they see that is that's used? Do they see everything up to and including to the spouse and the children and all kind of information, or they only get to see specific information that they require? And this brings us to the end of our panelists. Then I'll open up the session for question and answer, and I'll wish to do it. We pick three, a set of three. We pick three from the physical audience, respond, and then pick three from the virtual audience and respond. So the floor is open. Anybody who needs a clarification question can go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gadoni Kuria, freelance journalist. And I think from the panelists, there's an agreement that the victims in vulnerable situations cannot be able to know what consent is. They cannot be able to stand up for themselves when it comes to, exploitation of this data. So who's responsible for the protection of this data, of these particular people from data exploitation? And is it the government? Is it the institutions? Is it advocates that should be put in place? Maybe you can help with that. The other thing is, what is consent when it comes to someone who's in, let's say, a natural calamity? What is that data consent? Because I'm not sure they're able to even understand what that is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm John. My question goes to specifically to ICT and the Office of Data. Yeah, data protection. In Kenya, we are having we've been having a boom of e-commerce markets, right? That's finding women and teens shopping more online, and their personal information, and by personal information, I mean phone numbers and names, being shared by these e-commerce businesses with third parties for the deliveries. This is the nduthi guys, that's a local slang, for home deliveries with little to no control of what these delivery guys can do with that information. And this is leading to an increased online theft or online data theft and cyberbullying, and also teen pregnancies in cases where the perpetrator succeeds on wooing the teen. So I'd like those two officers to weigh in on this case. What measures is the ICT authority or the government adapting in changing this culture, because it is a culture, given that also the government itself is, I would hesitantly say, enabling it, but it's also participating in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Joy Matheka. I work in the CSO sector, specifically supporting child victims and survivors of online child sexual exploitation and abuse occasioning in the online space. And my question is on consent, riding on the one that has been asked. What is the place of consent when it comes to missing children and also missing adults? Because the data goes out there and there's really no control of how long this data can stay in the internet. Once the child, there have been instances where a child is already recovered or traced, but the flyers are still going out. The other one is just speaking into the matter of informed, ongoing, and deep consent. The questions are looked in. The questions are looked in. It's really on consent. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's respond to those three first and then pick more. I'll give the question on consent to Dr. Keren. Dr. Keren, are you there?
Hi, I am there. Yeah, it's a really excellent question. And I'm not surprised that it's come up twice by two different audience members. I do think there are situations where it's virtually impossible to guarantee consent, even if you go through the entire process of asking people for their consent in a language they understand, really carefully explaining how their data will be used, ensuring it's a safe environment. You can put in place all of those measures, but it's very hard to guarantee that consent can actually be obtained in a setting in which the power asymmetries are so large, or in a situation as the last person who asked the question implied, maybe there's a minor, there's no clear guardian, there's all sorts of situations where consent can be very hard to obtain. It doesn't mean that you abandon the principle of informed consent. I want to really emphasize that. But it's just even more reason why we need to have really important, data protection and data governance principles in place that really take into consideration the rights of people to access and control their data as much as possible, minimize data collection as much as possible, especially when it comes to sensitive data, and really put in place these best practices when it comes to data collection, precisely in settings where consent is very difficult to obtain. And I think to maybe answer another question that was asked in terms of how do you put pressure on humanitarian organizations to really ensure that best practice is followed, I think civil society groups, including many civil society groups that are here today, have played an enormous role in shedding light on these issues and really subjecting humanitarian organizations to a kind of public scrutiny that sometimes they are not subject to. And I would say there's really a need to push for some kind of oversight body to be put in place that would ensure that humanitarian organizations, who I think, as I said, are in very tricky, structurally compromised positions in many cases, or as one panelist mentioned, don't necessarily always have the technical expertise, but to ensure that the oversight bodies are there to guarantee that they follow these best practices when it comes to data collection. So I really would like to see, I think civil society groups have done so much important work around this issue, but I would really like to see some collective effort to push for more institutional oversight to be put in place.
Thank you, Brenda. Yeah.
Yes. So on the matter of consent, I believe the first question which was asked, who's responsible? Is it the government? Is it the collectors of the data? Is it those who are going to? Is it the third party? And in this case, I can say, just to add on to what Dr. Karen has said, the person responsible for getting the consent of the data subject, and in this case, that person who is seeking aid is the one collecting the data, and that's the humanitarian actor, the one who is giving the aid. So that's the person responsible for ensuring that they have, obtained the consent of the data subject in a plain, simple, understandable language for the data subjects. So how this is effected is another thing altogether, but the responsibility and the honors is always on the person who is collecting the data. So there is need for oversight from regulators, or putting the responsibilities on those who have been charged with collecting this data. Actors and data subjects, many times in some of these situations, do not even have that time or space to know that their consent is required. All they need help. you're carrying out a public good, you are allowed to collect their data on that basis. You can collect their data if you're carrying out, you know, a legal obligation, say a contract in this case. So there are many bases of collecting personal data from data subject, and for Kenya, consent is just one of them. That's what I can say.
Thank you, Brenda. There was a question on ICT. Cynthia, would you like to respond?
On circulation of images, maybe of a missing child. Remember, this is a minor, but in this setup, this child is missing and we need to find this child. And her concern was that the child has been found, but the photos are still in circulation. There are procedures because every platform has its guidelines on pulling down images. So what I would advise is that the moment we have the images out, they have been published, they should run for a certain period of time. And at the lapse of that time, then reach out to the platform in which the images or photos were running of a missing child and request them to pull down the photos, because it goes to the right of deletion at the end of that activity or whatever you are seeking to achieve, having the photos being circulated. So at the very end of the process, the child has been found, then it would be proper to follow the guidelines. Let's say we are talking of Facebook, where most of us are on board. So what happens is you just follow their community procedures on how to pull down an image. And I think Google also has a tool where you report and the said image will be pulled down from all the platforms that use the Google softwares, that is to say. Yeah, thank you. And I think for maybe different platforms or applications, not unless now we are using an application in this sense, because it varies from the service provider you are using to actually pass out that message or a missing child. So it will vary from a platform to platform, and they have community standards on how to go about these and guidelines. So the policies guide you on how to pull down the image and to actually delete it permanently from their pages. Yeah, I hope that has answered the question.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Welcome.
Can we go to the virtual questions? Do we have any questions from the virtual audience?
Currently, there are still no more questions from the virtual, so we'll continue with the physical.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Wangeshi. I wanted to ask, I'm not so familiar with the Data Protection Act, so I wanted to ask whether there's legal provision for protection of people with no legal status of a citizen in a particular, in a context of, for example, a refugee. Are there provisions in the Data Protection Act to protect their privacy, or do the laws apply to every person regardless of their legal status? I also wanted to hear more from Victoria on how, on the level of data breach in a country whereby a humanitarian organization is operating and they don't have data protection laws. Can you expound more on that? To what extent can the data breach, how far can the data breach go simply because there are no data protection laws? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we take another physical question, we have one online question, which is most aid organizations will have to share data with other aid organizations to ensure the effectiveness of humanitarian response. What can be done to ensure the data is shared within the original lawful basis? Will there be need for data sharing agreements or something of that sort? That's a question from Oliver Ochieng. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
One more question from the
Thank you, Chairman. I have two questions. One, I'm appealing to the Commission of Data Protection because I share two platforms. One is on the civil society and the other one is in the public sector. What protection could you be giving to the donor funding for the humanitarian? Because I fear the current government, because of one or two things. What protection could you give in the terms of protecting the funds from the donors when it comes to the beneficiary themselves? Thank you.
Let's have those three answered, and then there was a question on legal protection for people, for refugees. Do you want to get Naima?
I can take the one on the data sharing.
Data sharing. Okay.
Okay, just to mention, I don't know about the other countries represented here, but I can clearly speak for Kenya. The Data Protection Act has protection for every data subject in Kenya. So that includes refugees. And I was fortunate to be one of the people who developed regulations under the Huduma number when the court said that go and put a framework in place. And I can tell you for sure from whatever provisions are in there, all persons in Kenya, be it a foreigner who hasn't attained, any status, maybe say alien status or refugee status, so long as you have landed in Kenya and you have legally landed in Kenya, you have protection under the data protection framework. So for refugees, for foreigners in Kenya, for Kenyan citizens, all are covered as or are recognized as data subjects in Kenya, and therefore every right that is accorded to a data subject, they are accorded the same right. So there's no discrimination on that or any difference. So long as you're in Kenya legally, then you are a data subject and you're covered.
Yes. Victoria, there was a question on organization working in countries where there is no legal protection laws. Victoria, will you like to respond? Victoria, are you there? Tobikele? I hope I'm pronouncing her name well. Okay. Cynthia Mariam, would you like to put your insights?
Just come up with the question again.
The question is, what happens in the countries that don't have data protection laws in place?
All right, in such a situation, I believe every country has a constitution, and the constitution has, like for instance, in Kenya, we have a chapter on fundamental human rights. And one of the fundamental human rights is the right to privacy. So even when you look at most of the cases that have been presented in court in relation to issues of privacy, like the case of, was it Margaret or somebody Wanjiru, a student at Machakos University, where she sued the institution. At that time, it was a time where we didn't have the data protection laws. And of course, the only recourse she had at that time was to file a constitutional petition before the High Court, and she got redress in that process. So for countries where they don't have data protection laws, then the first point of call is the courts, and they should be a constitutional court, so to say, because it's a violation of human rights. Privacy is a human right, and privacy is fundamental. It determines your autonomy, your dignity, your right to equality and non-discrimination. So the court will be the proper actually fora for you, where, or maybe for countries like, for instance, I think Tanzania, they're currently having a bill on data protection. So let's say it's a violation of their rights by maybe a social media platform, or maybe it could be even a data controller or processor within the country in that regard. Then the proper channel or the proper forum to report such a violation is to your courts at your local jurisdiction. And if it's in a platform, then the platform provides the procedure for reporting violation of privacy. Yeah.
Thank you. Naima, there's a question on data sharing among the humanitarian organization.
Yeah. So when you look at the data sharing agreement, this is an agreement that actually puts more restriction or gives protective measures with regard to the data that is being shared from one humanitarian organization to the other. So it even specifies the category of data that will be shared, how that data will be used by that other organization. And this data sharing agreement also gives the transfer modalities. How will this data be transferred from us to you? What security measures will be put in place to ensure that there's no leakage of this data and such stuff? So these data sharing agreements, they're normally very explicit with regard to protection of the sensitive data being shared between the different organizations.
Okay. 3 more sets and then we summarize.
One of our panelists online need to put their hands up. They need to speak. That's Matimbe and Kellen. If they could go in that order. Matimbe, could give a few remarks.
Thank you so much. I'd actually taken down my hand, but what the intervention I wanted to make was around, countries without data protection legislation, and also echoed the same sentiments from the speaker who responded to that. But just highlighting that, I think in Africa with, over 30 countries with data protection laws, you find that we still have gaps in terms of data protection legislation. And you find that humanitarian organizations are operating within the context of some countries without data protection laws, but still within these countries do have their questions, providing for privacy and also, for human dignity as well. So I think inroads can be made into constitutional provisions to be able to afford the relevant protections for individuals, especially where there is violation of privacy, and where other fundamental rights and freedoms are also affected in the process. I think definitely there's room to engage as well, with the necessary regulatory authorities as well. So I think definitely it's just echoing the same sentiments of the previous speaker.
Victoria, is she on? Victoria? Okay. 3 more sets.
So we'll have one more question from here, then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you. I am Mike Sagawa from Kampala. And I'm glad that Madame Matimbe has said something about the continental matters. I see Kenya have moved a little ahead in data protection, and I'm also concerned about the pace of the entire East African community, for example, or the entire African Union. And I want to hear from you, the panel, on what can be done at the regional level, for example, to move up this conversation to the level of IARA or the East African Court, so that everybody can move together as Africans, as far as privacy on the digital spaces is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
I had a question, if that's okay. I just wanted to ask why the Data Protection Act is not, why people who are irregular migrants are not subject to data protection principles. under the Data Protection Act. That strikes me as a concerning oversight.
Okay, panelists. You want to?
Well, so I'll answer the question from our guest from Uganda. And what the GDPR did, which is the General Data Protection Regulation, covers all the members of the EU. But then in Africa, the approach has been different. And what I know is we have the African Union Convention on Protection of Personal Data and Cybersecurity. With that, I'd say we are still at that level of taking up the laws and actually ratification. And from the last time I checked, we had around 14 countries in Africa that had ratified the Malabo Convention. And of course, for it to become a binding convention across Africa, we need a threshold of 15. So we hope maybe the one that is missing could be coming along soon. And at a regional level in East Africa, what I know is Kenya has data protection laws, Rwanda do, Uganda do, and I think we still have a few countries who have not really, they are still legislating on the same, and they have bills yet to be signed into law. So I believe when we have the laws that cater for the specific countries in the East African region, then we can speak with one voice to the East Africa Court of Justice, that then we can actually start legislating, actually not legislating, but litigating on issues of data protection at a regional level. Because a while back I had a conversation, and let's say it's a situation whereby it's a big tech company that has violated privacy regulations or laws belonging to either member of the East African community. Going there as an individual doesn't really have a voice, because they'll deem one country as a small, like it doesn't have an impact. That's what I'm trying to say. But then when we have one voice and we are talking as an East Africa Court of Justice, then it means that we have more power, and maybe our voice will be heard by the necessary party that we brought this matter before. Yeah. So with that, I'd say it's just about coming together as the East Africa community, but first have the local laws and regulations before we merge our voices and say that we are now speaking as a region. Without that, then the pace of getting remedies on issues of violation will really slag. Yeah.
Thank you. Brenda, would you want to make the final comment before we wrap up?
Yes, I would just like to answer the question on e-commerce. There was the question on, giving our data to border riders, as we call them in Kenya. And these are individuals doing a business. So what is the regulator in this sense, Communications Authority, doing? We've made some strides when it comes to trying to regulate that space. And this space was so much prevalent during the COVID-19. We are still making strides. There are regulations currently at draft level submitted to the Ministry of Information, just to see how far they can move ahead just to regulate that kind of space. But I can only say that for any violation under data protection, the responsibility will always be on the person who gave out the data. So that is, so my final remarks are just to say that when designing or coming up with strategies to regulate or to deliver humanitarian aid, we usually don't think about data management at the onset. And as Cynthia said, we need to come up with measures which are called technical and organizational safeguards at the very onset, such that even as aid is being delivered, because in my case, I believe good data management is equal to effective service in a humanitarian situation. So once we think about data protection at the onset of a particular strategy to a particular project, we need to design it way from the beginning, as opposed to it catching up with us as we go ahead in delivering the aid. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Cynthia, last.
Oh, well, so just a remark to conclude today's interaction and the knowledge you've gathered is that what is happening is technology will always be ahead of the law. And what the law does is it's reactive in most instances. It's not responsive to the law, to the technology. So we just come to learn that our rights are being violated in the digital space after a lot of violations have happened. But then how do we enable these laws to actually work hand in hand and not hinder innovation, and as well at the same time provide for privacy kind of situation whereby your rights as a data subject are not violated because you need to be in a digital space. So we need to balance innovation and legislation so that they don't clash at any one point. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Naima, in 1 minute, the final word.
Mine is a very short remark. It won't even take a minute. I want everyone to see data as a toxic asset rather than something that we should collect more and more of. So let's just collect what we need for the use that is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our virtual panelists, Dr. Karen, Matimbe, and Victoria. Your parting shot in 1 minute.
Well, firstly, thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. I've learned so much from the experts here. I think my parting remark is simply just enforcement. Like, as I said before, we need to have the structures in place to actually enforce these principles that we've discussed. And in the absence of enforcement, these are really just abstractions. So that would be my final comment.
Thank you.
My final comment, all right, sorry. Thank you so much. My final comment
go ahead,
is
Victoria.
all right, my final comment, thank you so much for having me here. It's a call to the world to invest in data security and the relevant expertise that is required to ensure that it's a success.
Thank you. Victoria, your final words of wisdom. Victoria, are you there? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our audience, both in physical and virtual. We've come to the end of our first session of this PSI 4. And I wish to say a big thank you for coming and participating. And I hope that we've all now got an insight of what digital data is and how it's used and how it can be misused, and the frameworks that are in place, although at a very early stage. And I hope the civil society that are here, we've now identified points to take forward as a strategy, as an advocacy strategy to take over. I myself, I have one, and wish you all the best and thank you for coming. I want to appreciate the organizers of this session, Unwanted, Witness Uganda, and CPIT. And thank you so much for bringing us here and putting all this together. And wish you all the best as we progress with the next 2-3 days. And thank you all and God bless.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. would realize they've really taken their time to take us through. We'll do it a bit more differently again, because it was a powerful panel of ladies. So we'll give them flowers. I don't know whether you understand flowers. So you just lift up your hands and do like this, if you can get me. So on a count of three, we'll give them, there were how many panelists? Yes? 6, 3, 7. There were 7 panelists. So we'll give them 7 flowers and 7 claps. Let's start with the flowers. That was testing again. Now let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 claps. You could do better. You could do better. I'm trying to see your concentration levels before we go to it. So this time around, we'll do it differently. I'll be saying flowers, clap, interchanging. All right? All right, let's go. Flowers, clap, clap, flowers, flowers, clap. All right, thank you so much. So right now we'll proceed to lunch. The lunch is at the graduation square. The graduation square is towards the end of the building. Yes? Yes? Yes, you'll be directed outside where the lunch is. We'll start strictly at 2:05. So kindly, let's proceed to lunch and come back at 2:05. Our colleagues who are online, thank you for dialing in. You can proceed for lunch as well and join us at 1:05 as well. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch. All right, I've been requested. Yes? The panelists kindly proceed outside. We'll check a photo moment and also representative from Unwanted Witness and SIPIT. We'll take a photo outside. At 2:05. So kindly, let's proceed to lunch and come back at 2:05. Our colleagues who are online, thank you for dialing in. You can proceed for lunch as well and join us at 1:05 as well. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch. At 2:05. So kindly, let's proceed to lunch and come back at 2:05. Our colleagues who are online, thank you for dialing in. You can proceed for lunch as well and join us at 1:05 as well. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch. 1 at 2:05. So kindly, let's proceed to lunch and come back at 2:05. Our colleagues who are online, thank you for dialing in. You can proceed to lunch as well and join us at 1:05 as well. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch. Let's proceed to lunch and come back at 2:05. Our colleagues who are online, as well and join us at 1:05 as well. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch.
come back at you five. Our colleagues
Good evening. Good evening.
terms. The earlier sessions we did policy, those training, those roles in handling data, digital data accessibility, and quite a number of things. And I hope the discussions that came up were quite insightful and exciting for you as well. So at this point, we are going to delve into research, and I'd like to introduce a gentleman by the name Olumide Babalola, who's dialing in from Nigeria to give us a talk on research in terms of transborder data flows in Africa, the snakes and ladders. Basically, his abstract is based on transactions that are inseparable from routine exchange of personal data. So he'll explain to us his research and the like. So Dr. Olumide Babalola, could you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you.
So over to you, you're good to go.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope I am sharing my slide. I hope you can see my slide. Please confirm you can see my slide. Right. Okay. So thank you once again for the invitation to speak on this very important and technical topic. I have 20 minutes and I am aware of that, so I'll try to be as brief and straight to the point as possible. My paper, I suppose, will be shared with the participants and maybe also publicized on the website as promised by the organizer. So I'll only speak to certain points I have addressed in the letter. So, I mean, as an introduction, globalization is what has brought about the talks and the conversations around cross-border data transfer and as well as personal data, because you can't be talking about international trade, international commerce without necessarily giving serious thoughts to the use and the exchange of personal data in the process. Like their European counterparts, African governments too have put in place certain regulations or certain laws or guidelines for the purpose of addressing cross-border. So in this paper, I stuck to trans-border data flow. So I mean, cross-border data transfer has several appellations, several nomenclature that different researchers have adopted or different laws have adopted in the process. But for the purpose of this paper, I'm sticking to TDF, that's trans-border data flow. So African governments have been regulating TDF for many reasons. For some, protectionist, for some, merchant focused, for some business focused, for some human rights, for some sovereignty. So I mean, there are several reasons for regulating TDF in Africa. So I mean, the conversation started in 1985 in the particular conference of heads of state. Maybe not necessarily targeted at data protection, maybe it's just international trade, but of course they started giving serious thought to TDF. Now the paper is divided into three major parts, and the first are the academic and non-academic description and definition of TDF. Some laws, rather than define it, described it, and with different nomenclature, like I said. There is the cross-border, there is the international transfer of data, there is the transborder data flow. And the second part looks at some legislative and regulatory conditions or requirements for TDF to be able to happen in Africa. And these are the ones I describe as the snakes, figuratively. Then the third part looks at some recommendations I have made to make TDF a lot better on the continent. Then I conclude. So TDF, it's a European concept, and even data protection itself, because we always argue, researchers have argued, rightly or wrongly, that privacy is a borrowed concept. especially when we look at our laws, when we look at the regional laws, when we look at the international laws that we have in Africa, some of them don't even have provisions on privacy. For example, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, no provision on privacy. People have argued that the provision on dignity of human persons speak to privacy, but it is not privacy. Privacy is an offshoot of that right, but it is not privacy. And it's been defined in different from different perspectives and given different nomenclature, like I said. So for some, it is an electronic movement of personal data between countries. So for some people, it's a transmission of data or information over national boundaries. This definition, whatever definition you might want to stick with, there are some similarities in all these definitions, and there are some deficiencies as well, especially when the definitions don't capture the real essence or all the objectives of trans-border data flow. Now, the European Regional Court defined it in Bourdieu scales, rather than define, sorry, describes it, or the court spoke to what does not constitute TDF. And I think in that case was when they were arguing whether the access to personal data through the internet in another country, whether it constitutes personal data. For example, somebody surfing the internet in Spain with respect to personal data of Africans or personal data of Kenyans, does it ordinarily amount to TDF? And the court said no, that it does not. Now, the GDPR, I have made reference in this paper to some European intervention, because whatever we say about data protection, for so many countries in Africa, there is the transplantation of the laws, of the European laws. So the GDPR defines it as cross-border processing, and that is wider than just cross-border data flow, because processing involves transmission, alteration, destruction. So it is not just the flow. GDPR looks at the entire gamut of processing around personal data across borders. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the Malabo Convention does not define TDF. Again, it needs credence to the argument on whether Africans really value privacy, or what premium we place on privacy in the real sense of it. So sorry, yes. So then you look at the other regional laws in Africa, and you begin to look at those ones that also really value privacy in that sense. The SADC, South African model, the South African Development Commission, the model law, is a soft law. It's not binding like some other regional laws like the ECOWAS, although the ECOWAS Supplementary Act has not also been domesticated in some countries. For example, Nigeria is yet to domesticate it. So it's still not binding in Nigeria, so to speak. So the model law defines, like the only regional law, although it's a soft law, but it defines TDF as any international flow of personal data by means of electronic transmission by satellite. This one has its own shortcomings too, but it's been argued that this law has influenced some other laws in Africa with respect to data protection, even though maybe not directly, but maybe indirectly. Its influence on data protection legislation in Africa cannot be overemphasized. Now, looking at the definition under the SADC model law, it's not binding. I said that. Then it doesn't address some major requirements and conditions for the TDF, especially when it has to do with transfer for the purpose of processing or intended processing, because it's not just transfer. The transfer must have an objective before it can constitute TDF under certain jurisdiction. We need to also make that clarity under the African laws too. Now, it does not answer questions with respect to inter-company flows or flow over the internet or intra-company flows, as the case may be. Yes, I said it earlier. It's been argued that as non-binding as the law is, that model law is, it most likely it has influenced certain legislation, especially the Southern African countries like Botswana, South Africa, maybe not, but it is arguable. Now, regional laws have not done so much justice to TDF in Africa because of the omission of what it even means. Because before you can regulate something, you ordinarily need to understand what it means, what constitutes TDF. Now, again, in the national laws, especially the Anglophone countries, so many of them have omitted the definition of TDF. Surprisingly, even Nigeria, that just published its draft Data Protection Act 2022, the term is also omitted in the act. Now, Botswana defines the Botswana Act, Data Protection Act of 2018, defines international flow of personal data, defines, TDF to mean an international flow of personal data, which can either be transmitted by electronic or other forms of transmission, including satellite. Whatever we want to say about this definition, at least it has attempted it. Whatever shortcomings it might have, it is still better than not having it at all. However, in spite of the fact that some of them omitted TDF, the definition of TDF, they have provisions. Most of these Anglophone countries have provisions on TDF, with the exception of Ghana. Surprisingly, Ghana does not have, the Ghanaian Data Protection Act does not have any clear provision, apart from implication, but clear provision on TDF it does not have. Maybe some other countries can. The other countries who are coming forth with their legislation can take a cue on how not to regulate TDF in Africa. Now, talking about the snakes, that's the barriers to TDF. Now, TDF generally is the hallmark, or has been defined as the hallmark. The commerce enabling hallmark of 21st century. It enables international commerce. It enables international trade. Because there's no how you want to trade without even talking about exchange of personal data. There's no how you want to have negotiations or conversations around doing business without the exchange of personal data. Now, the first barrier to free flow of data within the African region is our data protection law or our privacy laws. While, yes, the privacy is very important, it's a fundamental human right, at the same time, those laws that regulate privacy and data protection, they have this provision on adequacy requirements. Again, this is a borrowed concept, because even in Europe, where most of us borrowed it, they are still struggling with the parameters, they are still struggling with the functionality, they are still struggling with how to make it work in the practical sense. So adequacy requirements speaks to the transfer of data to any country in favor of which an adequacy decision has not been made. And there are many requirements for this adequacy decision, maybe the rule of law, regard to privacy with respect to legislation, independent data protection authorities. But the surprising thing with Africa, and which is why we need to look inwards, we are so much concerned about adequacy requirements, but surprisingly, the countries that even want to enforce adequacy requirements for other countries, they themselves are not up to date, or they are not compliant with these requirements. In September 2021, I was part of a group that did a report on the independence of data protection authorities in Africa. And when we looked at all the indices of independence, I'm not sure any, with respect to the DPAs in Africa, I'm not sure any one of them met up the requirements of independence. And we are the ones talking about adequacy requirements of other countries. This will continue to pose its own teething problems, because if the country itself, the African country itself, is not so adequate, does not have the adequate level of protection of personal data, how do we ensure that the countries where we send data to also have this measure of adequacy? Now, even the Malabo Convention, the Malabo Convention restricts transfers to third countries on the ground of adequacy. Again, while the provision in the convention is not so detailed, yet Malabo Convention is yet to be enforceable in the African region. So the Malabo Convention, in the real sense, does not constitute a barrier in the real sense, except in the sense of where it influences other laws made in other regions. The ECOWAS Supplementary Act is applicable in some other countries, but not in some other countries. For example, Nigeria is yet to domesticate it, but it also provides for adequacy requirements before data can be transferred, but within the ECOWAS. But even at that, if countries are giving serious thought or serious attention to the ECOWAS Supplementary Act, then it constitutes a barrier in its own right. Now, under the national laws, the adequacy requirement also varies. Now, speaking on how this constitutes a barrier, the European countries subject to the GDPR, they restrict transfer of data to African countries that have not met up the adequacy requirements. Up to date, no African country has an adequacy decision in its favor. I know Tunisia tried, and I think South Africa also tried, but they didn't get the decision. But maybe recently another country also tried, but I'm not sure any African country yet has a decision in its favor on adequacy. Now, under the Ghanaian, Kenyan, and South African laws, the restriction on TDF has been yielding different results on international trade. Although those laws and even other African laws do not provide comprehensive provisions, do not make comprehensive provisions on how adequacy decisions are made. For some, adequacy decisions are made by the DPA. For some, Nigeria, under the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, is made by the Attorney General of the Federation in conjunction with the DPA. Even at that, the parameters are not so clear. And in South Africa, for example, a 2017 report shows that TDF increased the cost of doing business for the locals, because maybe not unnecessary, but maybe not well regulated restriction on TDF has a damaging effect on them. The same thing in Kenya, it has a damaging effect on local production. So these are the barriers that we have to TDF, and they restrict TDF and they limit it to certain countries. Another barrier is data localization. I'm only going to speak to two barriers. Data localization is like the opposite of TDF. TDF says transfer of data to international countries. Localization is moving in the opposite direction, says data must be stored or must be retained on local servers. There are mechanisms holding the movement of or storage of personal data out of a country to restricting them to that country. Then in Kenya, the Data Protection Authority empowers the Cabinet Secretary to restrict certain data to local servers. And also in Nigeria, certain sector-specific regulations also restrict storage of data, certain data, especially the fintech, to local servers in Nigeria. All these things, of course, without it goes without saying that they restrict or they hinder TDF for either various legitimate or otherwise reasons, but they are complete opposite of TDF on the continent. Now, my recommendations. First of all, I said there should be a uniform regulatory approach to TDF in Africa, like what they have in Europe. The GDPR has harmonized most of the laws in the past, so that there is a generally acceptable, maybe not accepted, but there's a general understanding on how TDF should go, how TDF is measured, how it is regulated, especially decisions on adequacy and what have you. So there's uniformity in the region, and we can also have that in Africa. But the way it is, all the laws, all the approaches in Africa, they are neither here nor there. For example, some countries, before TDF can happen, you must register with the DPA. For some countries, you must take permission. For some countries, you must report it to the DPA. Different approaches for different countries in Africa. So we really need to have a uniform approach to TDF. Then, of course, we can also encourage all these TDF tools. In the absence of adequacy decision, we can have a general approach to tools that serve as alternatives, like the binding corporate rules, like the contractual contract clauses, and what have you, the standard contractual clauses. We can take a cue from what is obtainable in Europe and other parts. Now, another recommendation is a strategic cooperation between African DPAs. Just last week, they had the Global Privacy Forum, where so many data protection authorities gathered in Turkey, and they had serious strategic conversations and meetings. This would help. I mean, especially if we are talking about TDF in Africa, DPAs need to come together and agree on workable mechanisms so that they can all speak from the same page. Then, most importantly, there must be a conscious effort to adopt privacy or data protection as a human right in Africa, as a fundamental human right. There has been suggestions that the African Union should make a resolution effectively making privacy a human right on the continent, because the major regional instrument on human right does not have anything on privacy. Although there are some other instruments, like the ones on the child's right, some other ones, they have snippets on privacy. But the major regional instrument deserves to speak to privacy if you really want to take privacy as seriously as it should be taken in Nigeria. Sorry. That will be all. I think that's the end of this. Thank you once again for listening.
Thank you so much, Olumide, for your insights. Any questions from the crowd? Any one burning question that Olumide can address as we get ready for the next session? One burning question? Feel free to ask any burning question. So thank you so much, Olumide, for your insight and all the best on the research. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your invitation.
All right, next up, we are going to the next bit of the panel discussion. And I'd like to appreciate Olumide because he has brought in what we are discussing in the next panel, that is data sovereignty in the cloud and cross-border data transfers in Africa, key considerations. Basically, this is a powerful panel as well of powerful ladies who will insight us on the next steps and going into this. So at this point, we'll like the announcer to please introduce the moderator for this particular session.
Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the second panel, Rahab Juma from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner of Kenya. She is an advocate of the High Court, an ICT law expert, intellectual property professional.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the 4th Privacy Symposium, Africa. Based on the conversation and the research that was presented by Olomide from Nigeria, we're actually going to build up on the conversation he was talking about. So we are going to have an engaging session where we're going to talk about cross-border data transfers, and specifically we're going to focus on data sovereignty in the cloud and cross-border transfer of personal data in Africa. So what are some of the key considerations that both regulators and businesses should hit on when carrying out cross-border transfer of personal data? So help me welcome my panel. Today I'll be joined by Ariana. A round of applause for Ariana. We also have Victor from Amnesty International. We also have Victor from Kiktanet. So online we'll be joined by 2 panelists. One of them will be Grace Mutungi from Kiktanet as well. Welcome, Grace. And we'll also be joined by Dr. Martina Francesca. She's a research fellow with the European University Institute. Welcome, Dr. Martina.
Hello, good morning.
So as we start off, I'd like to give, welcome, Dr. Martina. So as we start off, I'd like to give the panelists maybe a minute each for each of them to introduce themselves and to give us a brief background on what they do. We can start with Victor. So as Victor is being mic'd up, then I'll pass it on to Ariana to introduce herself.
Thank you very much. You can hear me online as well. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ariana, of counsel at Bowman's law firm based in Nairobi. I'm in our IP data protection and tech team, and really excited just to be joining the discussions with you all today.
Great, thanks. My name, I work with Amnesty International, largely leading the programs on digital rights and data governance. And lately work around digital rights for children and young people also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana and Victor. I'll pass it over to Dr. Martina Francesca. If you can just give a brief introduction to the attendance of this particular session.
Yes, hello, everybody. I'm Martina. I work at the European University Institute, which is the University of the European Union, and I work on digital trade. And in the past years, I worked on studying the impact of data restrictions on trading services. So I will talk a bit about this today. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martina. Do we have Grace Mutungi with us? Has she managed to join virtually?
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Grace Mutungu. I'm with Open Society Foundations. I mostly work on digital ID, but also have an interest in data protection.
Thank you so much, Grace. So to kick off the conversation, I'm going to ask a question to each of our panelists, and they'll get to share their views on what they think about that specific conversation. So off to you, Victor. So African countries, most of them, we've seen an increase in the laws that have been enacted. So there are those who have laws in draft stage, there are those who have passed the laws and are currently implementing them. So when in developing this specific data protection laws, most of them tend to speak to cross-border transfer of personal data. And there has been some unintended consequences in having those specific provisions in place in the laws. So what is your opinion, or what do you think the impact will be when it comes to data localization, a provision on data localization, when the same is included in data protection laws?
Thanks very much, Rahab, for that question. And I think some of it has already been alluded to by the presenter earlier. In looking at data localization, and in two aspects, one on the economic side of things, and also on the second part on the human rights side of things. There appears to be a conflict, and there appears to be a question on whether we should have trade-offs. Should we allow cross-border data flows or the trans-border data flows in the absence of protecting our data sovereignty, or should we just stick to data sovereignty and say, let's localize our laws? When you look at the impact, and the good thing and the good direction to take this from is looking at the impact on either side. The constant push, and of course our laws have sort of allowed for data, cross-border data flows subject to certain conditions that have been listed in some of our legislations. Some countries also have strict data localization laws with, of course, non-impact. The thing for me is cross-border data flows are important because of how the internet operates and how we live in a global village. And they allow for certain functionalities, both in the economic realm and also the human rights realm. If we do not, if cross-border data flows are not allowed, we know that a lot of our tech space in our country, let's not move it out. What essentially we are doing is stifling innovation and growth in that space. On a human rights side, which I would love to speak about, as that's really the background I come from, we have seen known impacts of data localization and human rights abuses. One of the key concerns that we do have, and especially if you look at the countries that have implemented strict data localization laws, has been the issue of censorship, where you are unable to, where states, repressive states are able to control the information sphere in one particular country. And that means that they are able to target individuals because all the data is held within, and it allows governments to access that data in the interest of, say, surveillance. And so if you have a state that of course is heavy on censorship, data localization will work for them because it's easy to surveil local data centers. So if you have a local data center here in Kenya, it is not very hard for the government to sort of surveil on such a data center. The other concern, of course, once you bring in censorship, has always been freedom of expression and all these other fundamental rights and freedoms. Because if all your information is in one place, then it clearly, of course, creates one center of attack. And you have seen in cases where governments are able to surveil and you're able to know who participated in a protest based on the data that is held locally. And so it is not also to say that if data is, of course, held in the cloud and elsewhere, it offers an advanced level of protection from surveillance. Surveillance still exists, but data localization actually makes it much easier. And so the concern has always been from the human rights side on surveillance, on censorship, and when repressive regimes have such tools, you're unable to actually speak. Thank you, Rahab.
Thank you so much, Victor, for that comment. I'll pass it on to Ariana based on the conversation we've had with Victor. Do you think those two provisions are conflicting, where a data protection law has a provision on data localization and also concurrently has a provision on cross-border transfer of personal data?
I mean, I think I would also say, so the views expressed are definitely my own and not of my company's. And perhaps also coming from a very different angle from Victor, I think I would come more from the corporate perspective, focusing more on economic growth. I am a big advocate for free flow of data, obviously subject to the conditional data localization requirements, which I think are fair. So for example, adequacy measures, I don't think that's unreasonable, or there being commensurate data protection legislation in the country to which it's going to be transferred. And I think in that respect, having strong local data protection laws and having a regime really gives signal to both local and foreign investors that a country does respect the rule of law and the right to privacy. I certainly, as a consumer, as a data subject, I do have, wrongly or rightly, a general expectation of privacy that, particularly for an international company or a company that tells me that they're operating according to best standards, that the primary concerns for me are that the company that I give my data to will do what they're saying that they'll do with the data. They will only share it with the entities that they've said they'll share it or ask for my consent before they share it. And that importantly, which I think is where data localization is important, they will adapt the appropriate security and technical organizational controls in a way to look after my data in the same kind of trust environment that I would give to any other person that I'm giving, my confidential information to. So I think, in line with that kind of global expectation of privacy, I think the place for data localization may not be kind of as such a high priority as maybe we've always given it. I think it is unquestionable that global data flows allow and facilitate and raise global GDP. I think and the way in which we saw COVID kind of pan out, I think it was a very interesting example of, what happens when you have physical restrictions, when there is no free movement of persons, but you do have free movement of services, and the recovery that we saw both during the pandemic and post-pandemic was enabled, whether we like it or not, with free data flows. And I think it's a good example of why having unconditional, I suppose, data localization requirements enables and facilitates economic growth, which, in my view, from a human rights perspective, improves the livelihoods. And I think it's an important point just to carry on remembering.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ariana. So would like to welcome Victor Capillo from KickNet. So we'll give him 1 minute to introduce himself, the participants and the attendants of the specific session, and then we'll go on with the conversation. So good afternoon, Victor. If you can hear me, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to meet you all. My name is Victor Capillo from the NIST Network. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Victor. So I'll pass it on to Grace Mochungi. Based on the conversation we've had with Victor, Ndenda from Amnesty, and Ariana, do you think data localization provisions tend to limit access to human rights?
Wow. Okay. So I think it's not a dualistic kind of question. Sometimes they can limit access to human rights, and sometimes they can help to achieve human rights. I'd like to give an example from Kenya, which probably explains why Kenya has this conditional data localization, where some kind of data has to be kept in the country, why they came up with that law. And it's from the experience of some elections where a lot of data was kept on servers, and then this election became part of litigation. There was litigation on this election, and when the matter went to court, the highest court in the land, the judiciary wanted to access this data, and they were told that they could not access the data because they were in a cloud in a different country where it was not possible to access the data at that time. And so the question for many people at that time was, from an access to information perspective, there is a lot of interest. There was a lot of public interest in that data. From a political rights perspective and democratic principles, there was a lot of interest in knowing about the election results. Why wouldn't it have been possible to access that data? Of course, the long and short of it is that it had a lot to do also with the whole arrangement in that particular case, and whether the people involved there had respect for rule of law and for the judiciary and for court orders. But the point, I mean, this explains why when the data protection law was being made, this could be and was one of the reasons why there was some kind of data that was thought is critical to be stored locally. Would that necessarily mean better things for human rights? It depends. It depends, because you might also have the data locally, but have institutions that don't respect the rule of law. And so it might end up that the data is used for government overreach, for surveillance, whether targeted or mass surveillance, and so on and so forth. And so what is even more important than localization, in my view, is building the institutions to support that digital economy, building independent institutions that are able to marry, on the one hand, the objectives of that country and the growth that is needed in the digital sector, and on the other hand, all the rights that are already provided for in the Constitution, and even if there is no right to privacy in the Constitution, all these other instruments that still provide for these rights, you know, like whether it's the international human rights instruments or the regional instruments. And so for me, it's a yes and no. And it really, really depends so much on the institutions that would be able to see these things put in place and implemented.
Thank you so much, Grace, for that. So I'll pass it on to Dr. Martina, building on what Grace has said and also what Ariana said in terms of the economic impact, based on the research or the statistics that have been published. Do you think there's more economic benefit to data localization, or there's more economic benefit to cross-border transfer of personal data?
Thank you for the question. And actually, I have a PowerPoint presentation that I would like to use, but just giving a quick answer to your question. Well, I spent the past 5 years, my entire PhD and also some years before this, to investigate exactly this point, like the point of the actual impacts of these policies, not from just from anecdotal kind of perspective, but really looking at empirical research that covered over 100 countries all over the world. And the results are always very clear. And they are that these policies restrict trade in services. So they have a negative impact on trade and on the economy. And I think what is interesting is that often when governments impose these policies, they use arguments, for example, of the need to help local companies, the need to keep data local so that can be used and can be made use of by local people. But in practice, often, as also we heard in the panel until now, the real justifications are different. It is often for public order, to have easier access to data, for censorship. So I think that what my research is contributing to is at least shedding light on the fact that these policies do not really help the economy, which is one side of the argument. Then the other point is making sure that we really understand what is the real reason why governments are imposing these measures and what is the actual impact. So then I have actually some slides that I wanted to share with you. I will share my screen. And because the reason why I prepared this presentation is that I have a lot of data and it is easier to just show some graphs. And what I wanted to do is use the data that we have gathered in a project called the Digital Trade Integration Project. You find all this data already publicly available on our website at the European University Institute. And I wanted to show you what we find for Africa. and the data policies that are implemented in different countries. For now, we have 29 countries covered, but we are working with UN ECHA to expand this coverage to all African countries, hopefully by mid of next year. And some very general conclusions. Just briefly about our project and why we're doing this. It is a project that brings together several partners with the objective of creating a data set of policies that can be compared across countries, and also an index on digital trade integration. And we have all these partners that you see here. We are working with different UN regional commissions for Asia, Latin America, and Africa, different universities across Europe. You can see them here: Bocconi, RT, London School of Economics, and also a think tank and different other networks operating all over the world. And we are covering, as of now, 100 countries in our database. You see here the country coverage. And what is important is that we try to take into account all different income levels and geography in our analysis. And we are working towards expanding this coverage. And this, very briefly, is our methodology. I will not go in detail. The only thing is that I will focus on the part on cross-border data policies, which is one of the pillars that we have covered in our analysis. So for Africa, what we find for now in terms of areas of interest in the 29 countries that we are covering is that, first of all, when we only look at the number of policies that restrict digital trade, so this is not about data only, we'll move to data policies in a moment. This is just all policies that we think have a negative impact on digital trade. We find that some countries are very active. The most active are Egypt, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. On the other hand, we also find that Namibia, Madagascar, Uganda show a very open environment on digital trade. And also when we look at the different pillars, so areas of digital trade policy or areas that have an impact on digital trade integration, we find most of the restrictions in those areas, so online sales and transactions, IP, telecom, and then on the other hand, some policies like policies on ICT goods, so quantitative trade restrictions, technical standards, but also FDI are really open according to our research. On data, cross-border data policies, domestic data policies, we find that they are somewhat in the middle. So we do find some restrictions, but these are also not the areas where there is most to do, according to our research. Moving to data only, data policies. So we have created an index that this is not published yet. So we are still working on different aggregation methodologies, but I wanted to show you the preliminary results. Our index goes from 0 to 1. 0 means the country is fully integrated. 1 means the country is not integrated in the area of digital trade. If we look at the 29 countries we have analyzed, we find that some countries show a very open regime on data. So Burundi, DRC, Eswatini, Ethiopia, Ghana, Namibia, Tanzania, these are all countries that have virtually no restrictions on the transfer of data across borders. While on the other hand, we have countries like Rwanda, Egypt, Zambia, Nigeria, Kenya. These are the most restrictive countries when it comes to the policies on cross-border data transfers. What are these policies? First of all, we find 8 countries that impose strict local processing requirements. So this is what people usually refer to as data localization. I don't really like to use this word because it is used in very different ways. Local processing requirements would be a requirement to process the data locally. So they are very costly because you need to use a local data center. We have Cameroon that has this policy, although it's the only country for which we didn't find the law. We just found a report about the requirement to keep data locally. Egypt, there is requirements to process data locally when it comes to live content. In Kenya, there are requirements on the public sector. In Malawi, on health data. In Nigeria, there is a lot. Subscriber data for telecom companies, sovereign data held by public administration, data of Nigerian citizens held by IT firms, and then financial transactions data. In Rwanda, we find also a lot of restrictions in financial sector, telecom sector, and then systems for ICT infrastructure and services, and government data as well. In Sierra Leone, there is a restriction about civil register, which is a register for public citizens' information held by public administrations. And in Zambia, there are 2 restrictions on critical information and sensitive personal data. So these are the countries in which we find pretty strict kind of restriction on data. Then we have a local storage, which is just the requirement to keep a copy of certain data locally. This is generally not very costly for firms, although it creates cost because you need to duplicate, you have a backup or a copy of certain data, but you can still process data abroad. We have 4 countries, Egypt, and in this case, the restrictions apply to newspapers and media and websites. Gabon, there are restrictions on traffic data, for electronic communication operators and information system operators. In Rwanda, there is a requirement to keep a copy of personal data locally. In Senegal, there is a restriction on communication service subscriber applied to telecom operators. Then we have a very peculiar type of restriction, which is called infrastructure requirements. These are requirements to keep a server locally. So it's more about building a data center or use a local data center. It's so it really requires you to use a specific data center. There is a restriction in Gabon for electronic telecommunication operators to have a specific operational management center in the country. And then in Senegal, there is a requirement for the public sector to use a specific data center in one city. This can be very dangerous from a cybersecurity perspective. And then to conclude, that we have a lot of countries imposing conditions. So general requirements, for example, to have the consent to transfer data abroad, or other kind of conditions based on safeguards or adequacy. So we have all these countries that have requirements on personal and sensitive data, from Botswana to Zimbabwe. Then Liberia, there are some conditions on e-payment services, and Mozambique and Sierra Leone, there are restrictions for telecommunication operators. Finalizing the analysis based on the data we have in our database, we also find that none of the African countries has a commitment to binding transfer of data in free trade agreements. There are 4 countries that have no law that covers data protection at all. These are DRC, Ethiopia, Namibia, and Tanzania. We have 10 countries that have sectoral data protection and 15 countries that have comprehensive data protection laws. And this number is increasing. So we see that more and more countries are actually enforcing good protection of data across the board. And just you have a couple of slides about the cost of this. One graph is from our upcoming report that we are writing for the UN ECA. Here, what we do is we look at our index on data and imports and exports of digital-based services. What we find, this is a simple correlation, but already says a lot, because we find a very clear negative relation between data policies and imports and exports. So stricter policies seem to be correlated with less imports and the less exports on digital services. So the whole argument about keeping data locally to improve, to support companies really doesn't seem to work. And also we wrote a more detailed paper, which we published last year with the World Bank, which uses a gravity model. So this is a empirical analysis in which what we find is that countries sharing no restrictions on data trade more with each other. Countries that have a conditional model, so these conditions for transfer, trade more or less depending on the sector. So here we don't find a clear negative impact on trade. While having strict conditions, those that I showed before for like local processing, is connected with less trade between countries. And so to conclude, my first point is that we see such a diverse regime across those 29 countries. If we go to 54, then of course it's even more. So is harmonization possible with this in this situation? And then my points are always, when I talk about data restrictions, are always with investigating whether these policies are actually necessary and effective for their objective, and having very clear what is the objective of these policies, consider whether there are alternatives which are less trade restrictive to achieve the wanted policy objective, and then try to engage in a multi-stakeholder discussion to take into account different perspectives when writing policies on data flows. And if you want to support digital trade, instead of focusing on these policies that really clearly do not impact trade, there are many other areas which are important, for example, focusing on skills and connectivity that still remain the most important issue in the African continent, I think, when it comes to supporting digital trade. That's it. I hope I didn't take longer than my time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martina. And maybe just to pass it now to Victor, Victor Capillo from KICTANET. We've seen the government has said that the digital economy is one of the areas that it would want to focus on. So what do you think would be the implications of the localization requirements we have, specifically in Kenya as a country, on both the economic impact, the growth of the economy, and also on the human rights of individuals?
Thank you very much. I think it's important to look at these aspects in 4 broad areas. First, I think, is that we have seen, a very, growing interest in digital technologies. In terms of the economy, we see a big population that is, interested in digitizing. We have a huge potential, not just within Kenya, but across the continent in terms of just the size. The potential is now deemed to be around $300 billion in terms of the potential contribution of the digital economy to Africa's GDP. And so the regional agreements such as the AfCFTA seeks to harness this opportunity that is presented by the digital economy. And data becomes or is at the very center of the digital economy as we understand it. And the flow of data, therefore, is critical in terms of how these will grow. And if we look at the kind of data that is going to be shared, we've seen a lot of interest in digital ID programs, not just in Kenya, but across the region. Increasing access to online government services and financial services such as mobile money, seamless payment systems across the continent and the country. And again, we are seeing that the priorities will largely be focused on communication, finance, tourism, and the transport sector and others. Again, another key driver that we've seen is that there's, from a technology perspective, the digital infrastructure across the continent is growing. We are seeing more access to mobile money, mobile connectivity, internet access. Currently, around 590 million people across the continent have access to internet, and the internet is becoming more affordable. And the platforms for using are increasing. The digital marketplaces are also on the rise, especially which now are driving the volume of data that is being collected by different businesses. And there's also increased access to goods and services from the online platforms. And as many businesses now transition to digital platforms and to drive their economic activities, there's now a lot of interest in cloud services, and other technology-enabled businesses, which present also new opportunities for the deployment of technology solutions. However, the big challenge, and just to recognize what has been said by the previous speaker, in terms of the legal and human rights framework, we have seen a number of initiatives across the continent For example, we have the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. We've seen the AU Digital Transformation Strategy, the Declaration on Internet Governance and Development of Africa's Digital Economy, the Personal Data Protection Guidelines, and also we've seen regional initiatives in the ECOWAS region, within the East African community, and also in the SADC in terms of even the model laws that seek to provide an enabling framework. So unfortunately, the challenge we're seeing is that as many countries are adopting data protection laws, we are seeing that, not all of them have incorporated independent data protection agencies or authorities. And also the approaches that are being taken in the development of these laws is very different, and therefore leading to a lot of fragmentation in terms of approaches to various data protection concepts in terms of even cross-border data transfers. And therefore, if you look at it continentally, having harmonized approaches to enforcement will be a key challenge to how we look at or how we regulate cross-border transfers. And just to add that, the level of awareness of the new data protection laws is still a challenge for majority of the population, including businesses which are required to comply with, these new regulations, which also presents a new challenge for human rights protection. And as the last speaker had mentioned, that the approaches to cross-border transfers are different. We've seen countries that prohibit, transfer of data outside, or other laws that enable permissible derogations in terms of whether there is consent for contractual obligations, and so on. But it's important that we have some form of certainty in terms of the approaches to lawmaking, and because they also help to enhance compliance. There are also concerns around, data sovereignty and the various types of data that can be moved across countries. Yet, currently at the moment, we know that information flows around the continent is still very low. And just as our transport network is disconnected, so is our data network, so to speak. And unlocking harmonization of laws will facilitate proper transfers or an environment which those transfers can be done. And I think lastly, the other key concern that is emerging is in terms of data security. The threats to data continue, data breaches, fraud, we've seen cyber attacks leading to revenue losses, breakdowns in communication, critical information infrastructure, key risks for the digital economy. I think in 2017, the continent, the losses were in the millions of dollars. And unfortunately, not all countries have put in place measures, whether in terms of cybersecurity laws or cybercrime, frameworks to establish, computer incident response teams or cybersecurity units within the countries to facilitate investigation or even deterrence and responses to this growing cybersecurity risks. And as such, even as we are talking about data transfer, there is a risk in terms of how secure is the data that is being shared to other regions, in terms of, is it being stored? Are there enough measures to safeguard that data once it lands in other jurisdictions or as it moves? Because we know that in the continent, the key sectors that have been largely affected are the banking and financial sectors, government websites and e-commerce sites. And those are the areas where we are seeing people are being encouraged to collect or share data. And I think lastly, with respect to data is how do we promote a responsible use of data in large databases, or, there are already concerns over how steps that are being taken by, governments to weaken encryption or to legalize communication interception and surveillance. and also investments by government in, spyware, especially where now the data is going to be sitting in common databases. There's also concern of private sector uses of this data to profile and to carry out surveillance capitalism, which is also a growing concern as users give data to third parties. So I think those 4 areas are critical areas of concern that we need to pay attention to. Thank you.
So much, Victor, for that. So the next question will be for Ariana. So we've seen countries are trying to leverage on the opportunities that are available through the digital economy. And by this, countries are enacting privacy regulations or legislation to leverage on the value of personal data. So what do you think are some of the policy trade-offs that may benefit economies or countries when it comes to data localization requirements, and what are some of the unintended consequences that you may see in instances where countries opt to go ahead and still include the localization requirements, even against the research that we've seen that it might not be of benefit, it might not have significant economic benefit to the country when it comes to growth of the digital economy?
Thank you. So I think first and foremost, the focus should really be on providing an enabling environment for business in general. Again, I suppose focusing more on the corporate aspect as well. And, rather than kind of focusing on the digital economy, I think the focus should be on enabling businesses. And I know and understand, the rationale, and I think we've gone through that in some detail. And I know we'll be discussing this a lot during the session on why we do need localization. But it's obviously important to consider the downside of strict data residency requirements, which I think for the most part, I certainly am against on having strict data residency requirements. Particularly because, in my view, I don't think they do enable and facilitate a productive and helpful and healthy digital economy. I think with data localization, and residency, which actually Dr. Martina also touched upon, it's having the requirement to impose a geographical location, and it can be a government requirement, but I think in most cases it's healthy and important to encourage and support the operational needs of where storage needs to occur. I don't think it's new if I say that cloud services are a game changer. They've been around for decades, actually. I think the game changer has been now kind of the data protection catching up. And I think inevitably, particularly law within the tech environment, within data protection, will always be catching up with the technical innovations that we've had. With data driving the industrial revolution, there's always been this mad fear of we need to manage this gold rush, we need to manage this oil rush. And I think I certainly am not one of the few that don't believe that data should be compared to the new gold or the new oil. It's not a finite resource. The one single data point about me doesn't really help you get very far. What you do need is maximum data flows from multiple persons, from multiple communities and societies. I think the issue is, and the downside of data is when you stop that flow. I think you maximize the value of data when you enable and facilitate a healthy data flow. And I think looking at what are those legitimate interests that we do hear about, and what are, and whether or not they're still valid. We've heard about national, protecting personal data of citizens, but does data need to be here in the country? I don't think it necessarily does have to be. Do you need to ensure that where you are transferring data outside of Kenya, say, for example, that at least it's being transferred to a country with commensurate data protection legislation? I think that's easy to enforce, easy to monitor and control as well. And it's also importantly easy to comply with, or easier to comply with. Access to data by local law enforcement. Again, does it have to be here in country? Not necessarily. Perhaps actually the aim and the focus should really be on enhancing and promoting mutual legal assistance treaties, which have been around again for decades. It's not a new concept specific to data protection. And I think, again, that's an easy way to avoid requiring companies who, particularly if they are, and not just international companies, but even local companies, from saying that, okay, you have to ensure that health data or consumer data has to be stored in the country. Again, I think ensuring national security, I think difficult to argue against it. Obviously having storage of local servers, obviously increases the effectiveness of law enforcement. It enables governments to have jurisdiction over that local data that is stored. And it obviously also amplifies government surveillance, which again, we've touched upon. But again, what are the risks to privacy, which is what data protection is certainly trying to protect, and trying obviously to be as kind of government neutral and company neutral as possible. For all of these, I don't think data subject rights should be forgotten. A controller can't simply, and I don't think they should, simply hand over data, pursuant to a government request. I'm sure it's not a very popular thing to say, but I think in certain instances where a company doesn't hand over data, it's not because they don't want to, it's because they can't. They made contractual commitments to their customers that they will look after their data. As I said before, I have a reasonable expectation that a company will look after my data in certain instances. And I think those are kind of from a public policy aspect. And then, again, we have competition. And I know that has been promoted, but I don't think enabling a local environment to thrive within a bubble is particularly helpful to competition. I think the economy in Kenya has thrived from having skills being brought into the country, from having technology brought into the country. And that flow has also gone outward. And then, I think revenue collection has also been a very big key driver for residency requirements, but perhaps actually with governments taking more control of collection and putting that more kind of online and promoting government digital services, again, is that need then really necessary, particularly where it comes to local companies or international companies? And then, what are the consequences? I think strict data localization, strict data residency, the idea of having, as we saw with Cameroon, the idea of having servers sitting specifically in one city, having servers sitting specifically in one geographical location is dangerous, particularly if you have sensitive information sitting on those servers. It's prone to kind of break-ins, to government orders, and to attacks as well. And again, I think maybe dispersing data is a much more safer approach to protecting and enhancing privacy rights in particular. Does it impact free trade? I believe it does. I believe it stifles innovation, and I believe in a way it does stifle growth by having these additional impediments to operation. Because ultimately, particularly a company, they will have determined how their operations need to work, how their data flows need to work, and having laws playing catch up in a certain respect has been very difficult for companies who have been operating for several years, and for the most part, particularly with data protection becoming as a result of GDPR, I think we do have a gold standard, which internationally we have a lot of companies, regardless of whether or not they're subject to data protection laws, do operate according to the core data protection principles, which I think is the most fundamental, irrespective of whether or not you do have data protection legislation in place. As Victor alluded to, cybersecurity threats in Kenya are growing. And I think there is a concern as to whether or not, do we have the proper infrastructure to look after data that is being stored in Kenya? I think the Competition Authority published reports of cyber threats, and that between April and June of this year, there were 92 million. So, it's not an insignificant number. I think what we've seen with international conflicts, both with Ukraine, both with Ethiopia as well, issues, the downside and the upside of having data either stored locally or kind of nationally within borders, or relying on kind of international data flows. Obviously communication networks can be subject to shutdowns, but that can happen. The switch can be turned off either outside of the country or inside of the country. Again, maybe it's better to have, your eggs in several baskets. And I know For example, the Kenyan legislation, particularly where it touches on critical infrastructure, does allow you to at least keep a serving copy within Kenya, but you can still keep your data stored outside of Kenya. And perhaps that is a good compromise that we need to consider, particularly for public data. Reliance on access to specific data through specific cloud or localized networks, again, that can be obstructed. Data centers can be attacked. There's obviously surveillance, and particularly I think in Ukraine, I believe an issue for a lot of international companies that they have faced is government orders either requiring deletion of local user content or requiring them to localize data, them not complying, perhaps specifically for the reason I mentioned, because they cannot, not because they don't want to, they're then subject to very heavy penalties and fines. So I think, we should look at what we already have rather than reinventing the wheel. I think a lot of countries, a lot of entities, a lot of organizations are familiar, as I said, with the core data protection principles that we have. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have our own local legislation, because I think, it does show that a country places value on privacy rights, on data protection, and the policies on that. But we have, particularly within Africa, we have potentially 3 or 4 good frameworks and bases for treaties which can allow a good and safe environment for cross-border transfers as well. In particular, we have the African Free Trade Continental Agreement, which I believe one of the panelists will be discussing later on. But really is strict residency, so strict localization rather, or strict residency. Is there a place for that under the Free Trade Continental Agreement? We have the Malabo Convention, which I know the previous speaker touched upon and alluded to. In there, there's already kind of provisions on the right to be informed. It refers to adequacy measures, and maybe the next step is then elaborating on what adequacy measures are. You have the UNHCR necessity criteria, which actually steadfastly does say that countries should avoid strict localization requirements. And then the AU's data protection guidelines, which I think are very helpful, and I think perhaps this should be something that should be championed, are certification schemes, because the guidelines suggest having certification schemes which essentially will indicate that certain products or services meet certain specified criteria. And again, I think this work has already been done, so I think maybe the next step is just bringing everything together. What we do have to do is understand how to leverage, this fantastic data economy that we have. And I think Kenya has benefited enormously. We have fantastic agricultural products. We have fantastic insurance from a humanitarian perspective. So I think, it's there for us and for society certainly to benefit, and also to share the ideas of innovation that have been generated from Kenya. I think one consideration should be to allow for interoperability, which also promotes data portability kind of within that structure. Obviously restricting what a company has to do in terms of sharing confidential information. I think data sharing agreements to facilitate cross-border data flows. I know a lot of legislation considers and discusses binding corporate rules, standard contractual clauses, which we have seen have been very effective in the EU. Not so much yet between the EU and the US, but I think it's particularly within the continent. I think it's something that we should be exploring a bit further, rather than insisting on a form of data protectionism of sorts. Sectoral regulation, I think, is certainly something that does have grounds, particularly, Victor alluded to financial services, insurance services, and health services. But importantly, I don't think that the regulations should assume the needs of the sector. Particularly here, for example, when the Act was coming into force, I think there were some very good and helpful stakeholder conferences and meetings where it was important to understand the needs of the sector. And I think sectoral regulation in of itself isn't helpful if it just comes from top down. And having that balance is fundamental. I think we talk about the need for residency or localization to help local competition, but having a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't help the local SMEs, who are relying on Google or AWS to facilitate kind of the start of their business. So, and even from an international perspective, having a one-size-fits-all approach to kind of complying with several countries also, again, doesn't help. Some companies easily prefer to rely on ISO compliance as a general kind of wider certification. And then finally, I think as Grace alluded to, having a government invest in infrastructure and in trust and accountability, I think is key to building the economy up as being, a country for which them to say, okay, we know that if we transfer to Kenya, for example, they provide the adequacy measures and they will safeguard our data. Because I think ultimately we can't ignore the data subject at the end of the day. The data subject should own and have control over their privacy, over their information. As I said, I don't think it's valuable in of itself, but at the end of the day, it is still that individual's information. And I think governments do need to understand the challenge, to companies and individuals who are either seeking to operate globally or either seeking to operate locally.
Thank you so much for that, Ariana. Just a reminder to our online audience, if you have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat. And then once we are done with the conversation, we'll have the panelists answer the questions. So back to Victor Ndende. A case has been made for cross-border transfer of personal data. If all countries adopted strict localization requirements, that would have a significant impact on business and even on the growth of the digital economy. So what factors do you think African countries should take into consideration when they're putting or when they're coming with legal frameworks or even policy frameworks that speak to cross-border transfer of personal data? And specific here, should we borrow on what has already been established? A good example would be for the EU. They already have what they consider to be appropriate safeguards. So from the African perspective, what do you think we should pay attention to? Should we develop our own appropriate security safeguards, or should we rely on what has already been established by developed economies?
Thanks very much, Rahab, for that question. I think before I get into that, perhaps there was something I wanted to highlight in terms of a case study that some of the data localization requirements do not ordinarily come from data protection laws. We have seen instances where there are certain legislations that, luckily here in Kenya, they remained as proposed legislation that sought to localize data or forcibly localize data. And one of them, perhaps that I would give mention to so as to set context and perhaps give a case study, is in 2019, there was a proposed amendment to the Kenya Information and Communication Act, locally called the KICA, which was dubbed more or less the social media bill. And in one of the clauses in there, there was a requirement that was proposed for social media companies to actually locally situate their data in Kenya and avail that data as and when required by the Communications Authority. That, of course, was not in the Data Protection Act, and it came through a Communication Act proposed amendment, and had significant would have had significant impact on the operation of social media companies in this country. And you see, before I get to what standards we need, from a rights perspective, one of the things with forced jurisdiction of some of this data is actually the access to the service that we may end up getting denied, because forced jurisdiction, of course, means that either these companies have to invest more in providing some of these services. Ordinarily, because these are companies that are interested in managing and keeping their books quite impressive for their shareholders and all that, they would more or less withdraw their services from certain jurisdictions. And if such a withdrawal then happens, it means then that your rights to say, for example, your freedom of expression that you enjoy while you use these platforms, the social media platforms, will then be infringed in such a scenario. And so what is important to note that I wanted to just put out there was that some of those localization laws and policies may actually not really be data protection. And so it means those working in the space we would constantly have to look at other proposals that are coming within the general communication and internet space. And so that if you come back and look at what the impact would be, and of course we're in agreement with a lot that has been said in terms of the need for cross-border data flows. I would quickly move to the second part, or rather what was the main question around whether we need standard laws for the continent on cross-border data flows. I think the answer is yes, because one, even from the word standard, it means that we need to have a common agreed policy or framework for cross-border data flows in the continent. We are quite a journey from there in my assessment, given that the Malabo Convention, not so sure of the current sign-ons, but there was somewhere 9, 10 thereabouts, which just shows the commitment of African governments towards cybersecurity and personal data. If such an important convention has not been signed on and ratified by almost 40-something countries in Africa, for us to move to the next conversation on a regional framework on cross-border data flows, it means that we will first have to push that first step first and then get to the cross-border data flows. And it is very important because one of the things that for the practitioners in the space who have noticed is that the inconsistency of laws across the countries and across the regions makes it very difficult to operate. And it's very difficult equally to have single country negotiations on cross-border data flows, as opposed to having regional or regional economic communities negotiating as one based on a common standard that has been agreed upon. And so if you look at the European Union, of course, the GDPR and the cross-border data flow agreements that they do have there, they're able to negotiate as a bloc. So if you look at the African continent, it becomes difficult because you have Kenya with a data protection that actually provides for cross-border data flows. And one of the adequacy requirements that has been put in that law is, but interestingly, Kenya has not ratified that treaty. So it becomes very difficult to actually get harmony within the continent if we still have this very fragmented approach to this policy. And so for me, the first step is, of course, to ensure that the continent is at the same page at the AU, at the Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data, which is the Malabo Convention. That then, of course, moves us to the next level where we're able to now negotiate even regional frameworks on cross-border data flows. There's been a push, of course, and some of the work some of us are trying to do at a regional level is trying to push for that harmony across the region so that we give ourselves strength to negotiate as a region. And it goes over and above cross-border data flows. And I'm sorry if I digress. It goes even into the main areas around the right to privacy and data protection in general, and how even platforms or companies that operate on this continent apply different policies to what they apply to the European Union because of how a region has decided to have a policy on this thing. So up until we get to that policy, I believe it is very difficult to move things forward. And I think there's that level of cooperation that is required across the continent. There's need to move this conversation faster than we're actually doing, given the amount of work that is going into very, very many trade agreements that we're signing with different countries that actually require data flows across the continent. We have trade agreements with the US, the EU, the UK, you have Japan, China, all these countries. But each country is negotiating those data flows on their own. And so when it comes to, if you now think of how we have organized ourselves on the continent as regional economic communities from the EAC, SADC, ECOWAS, if at all at that very small level we do not have agreements on data flows at the REC level, getting it to the continental level also appears to be quite a task, and it's something that we really need to look at. It's something that should be pushed for by, of course, we now have a couple of countries that now have data protection authorities that may be able to now lay the case for need to have seamless laws and policies around cross-border data flows. The other thing perhaps to mention is what approaches have appeared to be used in some of these countries. Of course, the first one is the adequacy approach, or where we have countries doing the adequacy determination or the equivalency on basically saying this country should be able to receive data because they have adequate protections in their local laws. The adequacy route has its strength, and it equally has its, of course, limitations. And maybe I may touch on one or two as I go quickly in the interest of time. When you look at adequacy, one of the key advantages of having an adequacy determination is it allows for a very comprehensive transfer of personal data, especially for those countries that are found to be adequate. And you see in that, we then, and Ariana was talking about interoperability, adequacy determinations allow for interoperability and of course harmonization of cross-border data flows. And because you see, it is equally as transparent, because when you do an adequacy determination, you basically create sort of a white list of countries that it's easy to move with. And you see that is clear to data controllers, data processors, and even data subjects, because if I'm subscribing to a service of a certain data controller and I'm able to see them on a white list that they actually, they can actually share my data to country X where the adequacy determination has been done, that's a good step. Of course, there's a limitation to this adequacy determination as an approach, because one of the things we're looking at is in the case where you're not able to find a country that, or if countries are not able to get that adequacy determination, then it becomes very difficult for those countries to participate in global economics, because of the difficulty of transferring data to a country that is not has not been determined to be as adequate. And of course, one of the limitations of adequacy determinations is equally also it's a very lengthy process and expensive process, I would imagine, to have such done, because it involves the two countries and data protection authorities engaged in a lot of back and forth. There are three other things I'll brush over quickly. We have approaches where we have had binding rules that have been created between countries. We have had the option of model contracts that have been prepared, and these model contracts have largely targeted corporates for ease of use and largely has promoted interoperability there. The last aspect, which I perhaps wanted to talk about broadly, was the aspect of consent as an approach to cross-border data flows. And of course, consent is quick, easy to put out there, and it actually applies to very many types of transactions, where someone would say, I've consented to my data being transferred to a second country, and it doesn't really require a detailed analysis, because basically a data controller or a processor is actually obtaining consent from a data subject. Of course, consent has a lot of issues because of it's very subjective. On, say, for example, in Kenyan law, it's required to be prior informed consent. So there are certain aspects and certain transactions where you'll not be able to actually prove that there was prior and informed consent before that data exchange happened. And of course, that opens it up to a lot of differing opinions and of course prone to a lot of complaints and disputes with data protection authorities. Largely, Rehab, as I conclude, the most important thing for us to do now is really to get a rally call to our data protection authorities, our relevant policy makers on the importance and the need to accelerate conversations around a continental or a regional framework on cross-border data exchange. In the global play of things, we will not be as successful in doing so alone, as we have now realized that a lot of the global trade is done through the regions. A lot of the challenges we have in terms of human rights are actually regional, because if we pursue a regional standard on cross-border data flows, it impliedly means that we're actually pursuing a regional human rights standard for data protection across the continent, which is a plus and a win for all data subjects on the continent. So that if I sit in Kenya and I'm sure a country is transferring my data to a country that has a known track record of human rights abuse, I would not be comfortable. But if I'm sure that because they have to conform to the regional framework on cross-border data transfers, and it means then that they have to have a proper data protection framework, it's a plus for everyone. And so I see it as a win-win in terms of pushing it from the economic standpoint, but a human rights win is definitely in sight if we do such a thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Victor, for that. Maybe just to build on what you have said, I think cooperation is key, especially for data protection authorities within the region, within Africa. And we've seen there's an association, the National African Data Protection Authorities Association. There's also recently AU is trying to spearhead the efforts to make sure that we have a standard approach when it comes to development of policy document and also legislation that speaks on data protection. They recently published the African Union Data Protection, the Data Policy Framework, which was assented to by the Council earlier on this year in February. Maybe just to pick your mind on what are some of the ways, or how can we foster this aspect of collaboration within the data protection space, especially for the authorities that regulate processing of personal data?
Yeah, thanks very much, Rehab, for that question. For me, I believe most of our data protection authorities are actually new and learning and working in very diverse contexts. So for me, to foster collaboration, one is of course the learnings that each of the data protection authorities has gotten since their inception, and the current data protection authorities that have been established actually have a bit of experience and learning to transfer that knowledge to establishing data protection authorities, the ones that are now starting in other countries. What we do realize is that at times it becomes very, very, very fragmented, and now at least there's an association for data protection authorities within the continent, but it becomes very fragmented that we have a newly set up data protection office, perhaps, at least for the Kenyan context, I would say greatly supported by a lot of actors, but that should be replicated across the continent to all data protection authorities, so that they're not just financially resourced, they're also technically resourced, and also getting the requisite human resource capacity to actually perform their functions, so that it's not just a commission that has a paper function that is prescribed in law, but also has the technical expertise, has the human resource to actually achieve its functions. And so one of the things that would really, really push is constant learning, constant exchanges, and in a sense, a unity because we expect these associations to engage in some level of advocacy, especially with the AU and also with the regional economic communities, to have that unity in advocacy, so that when they speak as data protection authorities, they speak in one voice and present whatever policy positions and policy recommendations in one voice to these mechanisms. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor, for that. So we'll move on to the next question for Grace Mutungi. So we've seen the ratification of the African Union Free Trade Agreement, which has given Africa a unique position whereby we can be able to trade globally with other trading blocs as a union, as one unity. But an argument can be made that for the developed countries, for the developing economies in Africa, we've also seen them pass specific provisions that touch on data localization. And some of these provisions might even affect the implementation of the Free Trade Continental Agreement. So what are some of the factors that should be taken into consideration by agencies and data protection authorities and even policy and decision makers when implementing data protection frameworks against the backdrop of the Free Continental Trade Agreement?
Thank you for the question. I'm on mobile and my it has such a long profile, but anyway, there's a power problem in Kenya. Anyway, back to your question. I wanted to pick up a few things. First of all, say that let's not think about data protection and the digital economy as if it's something that fell from heaven and it's completely unrelated to everything else in life. Let's remember that this is a continuation of international economic policies that have contributed to what Africa is right now. And so we cannot be super prescriptive about data protection. We should also watch against what some scholars are calling the Brussels effect, where laws made in Brussels, like the GDPR, become quote unquote the standard to aspire to. We should guard against that. And I think to your question, Rachel, on what data protection authorities can do, one of the things that data protection authorities can do is actually to speak about the nuances of what is happening in African countries like Kenya, and to even localize our problems and find local solutions to local problems. So that is one. And then the other thing I wanted to say in relation to the AFCTA is that it's a really, really big deal because it presents this opportunity where now thinking about data protection within the rest of the world and digitalization within the rest of the world, it presents this opportunity where for once, Africa wants to trade with itself as opposed to what has been happening for the past 50 years of independence, where Africa has become very dependent on other regions for aid and so on. So if we think about that, if we think about the history of trade and the historical injustices of the international economic system, then we cannot look at a country like Senegal, or was it Cameroon, that has built a cyber city and then made a law for localization of data in that city. We cannot look at that as something strange. We should look at it as if the country already invested in that facility, it is making laws to ensure that the facility is put to good use because that is maybe part of its development objective. If we relate some of these countries that have data localization laws, if you go back to the research that was being shared, you'll see that some of them are very small states, some of them are small islands. And so perhaps it is their development objective to raise themselves through the digital economy. And that's why maybe they have put up all these laws to try and secure their economy in that way. It's not to say that it's something that will completely work, but I think something that we can all look at is look at countries like Mauritius that have those cyber cities, look at Rwanda that have those cyber cities, and ask ourselves, is there something in that is working? What can we learn from that, even as we have these debates on whether there should be data localization or not, or the conditions for data localizations and the conditions for data transfer. And now still trying to answer your question in a kind of roundabout way. You know, even with this idea that the internet has no borders, so let the data flow, you find that some countries are actually trying to do some kind of localization, not necessarily data localization, but localization of businesses. A good example is some of the regulations that are coming from Kenya, where, for example, digital lending apps are being directed to register locally. Of course, the digital lending app economy is coming out of the mobile telephony economy, which is a really, really good example of something in the digital economy that is, you know, spurring the economy in that country of Kenya. And so maybe countries like Nigeria are looking at that and saying, perhaps if we localize, because a lot of the data on mobile money in Kenya is, as far as I know, is localized here. So maybe that is what countries are looking at. And so the thing that, whether it's data protection authorities or digital economists, if there's something like that in government, the people who are planning on how countries are to implement the free trade agreement, the thing they need to also look at is these case studies on how that kind of localization has worked, on how some countries are trying to create niches for themselves and to specialize in some parts of the digital economy, and even go as far as to negotiate for the countries that have done well and set themselves up to specialize in the digital economy, to be supported to do so, as opposed to the free trade agreement becoming a barrier to Africa trading within itself. That is one thing I would say, because I do not really believe in universalization, that everything has to be done the same way in the whole world. There can be many approaches as long as they are beneficial to this economy. And so even as we get into the continental free trade agreement, we cannot think about the digital economy as if it's separate from everything else, as if it's separate from development in those countries that are pursuing it. And even as we use the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement as an opportunity to quote what Victor said, to harmonize digital laws or data protection laws, we must also still be alive to all these factors, including our history and including the development objectives that some countries may have taken. And they shouldn't be punished for that, but we should find a way to accommodate everyone and move along with everyone, because again, we cannot compare ourselves, you know, apple to apple with economic zones like Europe, which have had a longer history of being together. They are more networked, there is better transport and so on and so forth. We must still look at our situation and be realistic about how things are.
So thank you so much, Grace, for that. So I'll pass the next question to Dr. Martina and maybe change gears a bit. So we've seen policy decisions are being taken by decision makers to localize, putting the requirements on localization aspects. In the Kenyan case, we've seen the localization requirements have been mainly on government entities, and just in a show of good faith, government has also invested in infrastructure to make sure that it's able to meet the requirements for localization. So in terms of foreign investment, is this something that entities need to take into consideration when they're coming up with their budgets? Is it something that they need to include in their budget lines and even maybe in their proposed strategic plans in growing their businesses? Do they need to factor in that there may be a cost implication when it comes to localization requirements where countries pass specific legislation on specific processing activities being localized? And what does that mean to those specific countries as well?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, like, I will go a step back because you are kind of giving for granted that like countries localize. I would start by asking why is this localization being considered necessary? So I wanted to like take the chance to reply to some of the things I heard before, because I really expected from the discussions had over the last years that the issue of data localization connected to development was really something of the past, because like all the recent research, empirical research regarding data localization points to the fact that it is not helping development, it is not helping GDP, it's not helping services provision. So like, considering this to be a value added is really like not a thing anymore. I think there is no just evidence for this. Like maybe from it makes sense to think about it. It makes sense as an emotional thinking, but it doesn't make sense if you look at the data. So I think really it is very important to look at empirical research which has been done before suggesting that something is good for development. And really. Yeah, I think this is really should be the starting point in this discussion. And this, I think Grace before was mentioning that some islands have seen this as a development policy. I really don't see why this should happen and should help in any way the development of a country. If you require all companies to keep to process the data locally, you're making it much more expensive for local and foreign companies to engage with the local companies. You're making it much harder for local companies that are starting to develop, they are starting to offer services abroad to process data, to use cloud computing services, to use any foreign provider of processing of data services to provide services, because it's just much more expensive to use local providers. And if you want to support those local providers, just make it easier for them to learn from what is already out there, and making it easier for local companies to use what already is much more efficient, then create other value-added services on top of what is already being offered. I hope this makes sense. And another point I wanted to make, there was the discussion before about adequacy, about the importance of data privacy, and I agree with Grace that we should be very careful at deciding what are the priorities for Africa by copying what are priorities in other regions of the world, because for the EU, it is very clear that privacy is the priority, and is a priority above economic development. It is a priority above other kind of like priorities that the government might have, because this is considered to be human rights from the European perspective, because of many historical reasons as well. But my point is, this is not the case everywhere. In China, there is a very different priority. In China, the priority is public order, it is security, sovereignty. In the US, it is to support businesses. Africa, like when you look at Africa as a continent, it's not very clear what the priority is, and might be a different one. I think that the discussions in the African Free Continental Trade Agreement and generally the discussions which are happening on data should really start by identifying what is the priority for Africa, what is the model that Africa wants to follow. It doesn't have to be the European one, It might be, but it should be a choice and not kind of given for granted. Because following the European model as a cost, following the adequacy approach of the EU as a huge cost, and also copying and pasting the EU law doesn't provide adequacy to the country. Like there are only 12, I think now it's 13 economies that got adequacy from the EU. And it's very clear if you look at the regulations and the requirements for being granted adequacy, that it's not just about copying and pasting the law, but it's also about political ties, economic relations. So like, there are around 100 countries in the world that have a policy very similar to the EU, but copying it doesn't provide adequacy necessarily. So if this is the objective, then the discussion is kind of flooded, because like just having a better data protection framework does not provide better access to European markets and to any markets in the world. Also, it's very important to think about whether you want to promote intra-regional trade, or you want to promote export of services to other countries. So if you are thinking about exporting to the EU, then of course it makes sense to think about GDPR and how to comply with GDPR, which is very expensive. But if you are thinking about promoting intra-regional trade and intra-regional exchange of data, then the priority might be another one, might be security, which seems to be, to me, like cybersecurity seems to me much more important, because people probably don't use digital services in Africa because they are scared about scams, about stealing of data, etc. So this might be the African priority. So yeah, like my whole point is that we need to start from understanding and having a clear vision about what is the African approach and the African priority on data, and then move towards achieving this goal. I think the African Free Continental Trade Agreement offers a very good table of discussion for this, and a place where an agreement can be reached. And just answering, there was a question here from Natalia. I think that it is possible to have a modernization if countries have clear what is their final objective. In the EU, there was a harmonization with the GDPR. There was a harmonization with another regulation, which is the non-personal data regulation, which allowed countries to remove all the restrictions that were implemented by simply make them become restrictions which are applied to the rest of the world. So they were removed intra-EU, but then they remained with the rest of the world. And it could be very easily replicated in Africa if the African countries understand that and agree with the fact that data could flow freely within the region, but then there are certain protections, certain conditions that apply with the rest of the world. So I think there is space for an agreement and harmonization in that sense. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martina, for that. So I'll pass on the next question to Victor Capillo. So the conversation around cross-border transfer, the key motivation factor right now is the free trade agreement, continental agreement that has been ratified for Africa. So what are some of the policy considerations that governments need to take into consideration in allowing entities to actually participate in the free trade agreement? And also with a key focus especially on the micro, small and medium enterprises. How can we leverage on this specific opportunity to allow for cross-border transfer of personal data, and also to allow the specific entities leverage on the digital economies or the opportunities that are afforded by the digital economy?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think at a very basic level, it is important to have a multi-stakeholder approach in the development of these policies. Economy right now, the digital economy right now, there are so many different players, each with very unique needs and interests. And I think at the very basic level, the participation of all should be made, the processes should be more inclusive to ensure that all the relevant stakeholders, including the MSMEs, academia, the technical community, and other stakeholders actually have a critical role to play. The other aspect that I think is important for consideration is how to entrench human rights standards, or to a large extent privacy standards in the development of these policies. We have the conversation has moved and has become more macro in the sense of we are talking more about privacy, but not looking also at the bigger implications for the realization of human rights. So I think that is important to see how do we integrate these principles. Already within the continent, we have quite a number of initiatives in different directions, as the other speakers have already noted. There are digital transformation policies, there's AU convention, we have different approaches and initiatives to promote the digital economy. And I think it is important that even in as much as, so that we don't lose the efforts, that we are able to localize and see how do we interpret, for example, at the national level, let's say here in Kenya, how do we localize the digital transformation strategy for the continent? How do we see it, in how we are developing our local legislation? Because we might end up having more fragmentation when there is no relationship between local country level initiatives and regional initiatives that are driven towards promoting the digital economy and human rights. So I think it is important for governments and stakeholders to find a common ground in terms of how they're able to translate the rules and policies at the regional level in practical, and enforceable mechanisms at the national level. I think the other aspect that is important is, have we carried the data subject with us in all these initiatives that are being implemented? Many a times the data subject is forgotten, yet they are supposed to be at the center of these initiatives. We have businesses, we are saying we are promoting trade, we are promoting transfer of data, but where is the data subject in this whole conversation? To what extent are they being involved? To what extent are their rights being respected? So it is important that we try and look at how to mainstream and put back the data subject at the center of this, and not just refer to them as, as data or data points, as subjects whose data is being transacted and people are making money off of, and they are forgotten in the conversation. And I think, as has already been mentioned, I think the other consideration is, of course, we have to look at what is happening in other regions, whether it is the EU, the US, or other jurisdictions, but in terms of how do we then compare what is happening in other jurisdictions, and then do what one might term as legislative or policy innovation, to ensure that whatever policies or laws that we are developing are actually relevant to our local context and responsive to the challenges that we face and the state of development in the region and other countries. We know that across, for example, in East Africa, data is being used very differently. We have, we readily give out our data to, the Googles and the Microsofts of this world. And then we complain that, there are no policies, but we are not taking efforts or paying attention to how we can actually start developing local solutions to ensure that even our own internal practices are already compliant. So I think at the very basic level, let us look at emerging best practice and fashion laws and policies that actually are responsive to our situation on the ground. as opposed to what we've seen in the past, where it's just copying and pasting GDPR and other legislative provisions from other jurisdictions without appreciating how they are going to impact the local environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor, for that. So we'll now pass the session to our audience. So we'll take a couple of questions in the interest of time. We'll take 2 questions from the physical audience, and then we'll take 2 questions from the virtual audience, and then we'll round up the session so that we make sure we are within the specific time allocation that we've been given. So any questions from, there's one question there, yes?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary Ndeke from Adept Technologies Limited. So my question is with regards to cross-border transfer of data. And I know Victor alluded to one of the requirements being the adequacy decision. So my question is, what are the key considerations for making this adequacy decision? And number 2 would be, what would be the impact on the digital economy in Africa?
So thank you for that. Any other question? Yes.
I'll ask the panelists, what role do you think private sector has in terms of advocating for cross-border data transfer? And are there avenues, are there working groups? What could we join in order to enhance these conversations? Especially if you work for, you can call it an African multinational. You're just a country that's in many countries in Africa, and it's essential, especially if you think of growth, to ensure cross-border data transfer for various services.
Thank you so much for that, Rosemary. So I'm going to pass on. Sorry, any other question?
Thank you. My question, my name is Masharia. I represent a small company, mine rather, in agriculture. Now, my question goes to you, Lahab. One, since you're a commissioner with the Data Commission, and you have heard what Grace was talking about, which was true, about the elections, what advice are you giving to the Commission in data protection? Because it has, there are 2 cases whereby one was in the media in 2015, and this other one about the election in 2022. What are you doing about it to advise the Commission in that regard of data? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to the virtual questions. If we just bring up the questions from the virtual participants. I know Dr. Marina answered one of the questions that was asked by Natalia.
So there's one question from the online, it's an anonymous attendee. Sometimes donors like to get personal data. The question is, with all these different approaches to cross-border data transfers embedded in data protection laws, how can we achieve harmonization throughout the continent to allow the free flow of data across border? That was asked by Natalia Ospina from the Tony Blair Institute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So I'll start with the first question, and Ariana, I'll pass this on to you. When it comes to adequacy decisions, what are some of the key considerations? And maybe you can speak from the African perspective. What are some of the key considerations regulators should take when issuing adequacy decisions?
I mean, I think the discussions, have been interesting. I think it's difficult for a regulator to control, what the Nigerian Data Protection Commission will do, what the South African Data Protection Commission will do. And I think in that respect, it is difficult. I think for adequacy, there are more and more controls and pushes for binding corporate rules. I alluded to kind of data sharing agreements and standard contractual clauses, because I think primarily the concerns with, when it leaves the country is, will it still be looked after in the same way that we're guaranteeing the rights here? And actually, can data subject rights a Kenyan data subject rights, can they be protected if their data has gone to South Africa, for example, against kind of government access requests? Certainly, this has been the issue with the US and that reluctance, with the privacy shield there. I think from the African perspective, we are still burgeoning, we are still growing a lot in terms of developing the regulations. And I think from that perspective, I think for now, we still have to rely, in my view, on contractual clauses. I think it's the only way until we have a little bit more cooperation, I think, and a little bit more discussions between authorities, as Victor alluded to. And it's great that we now have, a little bit more conversation at AU level. But I think until we get there, and in the same way that companies have still been complying with data protection legislation, in the absence of legislation, they've been relying on contractual obligations and comforts. And I think for now, I think that's our best approach.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll pass on the next question to Victor Capillo, and also Victor from Amnesty International. Being in the space of civil society, what advice would you give to the private sector, to the commercial sector? What can they do to actually advocate for cross-border transfer of personal data, noting that it would have specific benefits to them, having these provisions existing in our current laws? So what approach has civil society used to that the private sector can borrow?
Well, I think currently I may not be very aware of any initiatives that private sector is involved in, especially towards cross-border data transfers. But there are two things I would address. One, of course, is companies and the private sector, of course, ought to be mindful of the obligations under the business and human rights principles, especially when it relates to cross-border data transfers, and just ensuring that in the operation of their business and in transfer of personal data, of course, it does not harm or the operations do not have any harmful impact on the rights of data subjects. But more importantly, is the call to, because private sector sits in very unique spaces, especially at policy making level, and usually within the private sector alliances, both at the country level and the continental level, actually have very good access to policymakers. And I think they should make use of those advocacy platforms to actually push policymakers towards getting a continental agreement or a regional agreement on cross-border data transfers. Because as we noted earlier in the conversations, the efforts towards getting a harmonized either policy or legislation has largely been fragmented because of each country prioritizing its economic needs. And so if you get a regional or a multinational company, ordinarily they would be under the protection of the country they're registered in. But if we are able to, and because of course, when you look at the business operation of most multinationals, it's very difficult for them even at times to harmonize the operations in a country that has adequate protections and a country that doesn't have adequate protection. And so burden is equally also on them to engage in this advocacy. Those would be my sentiments.
Okay, thank you so much, Victor. I'll pass it on to Victor Capillo. What lessons do you think the private sector can borrow from civil society when it comes to advocating for cross-border transfer of personal data at a policy level?
Yeah, I think well, one of the areas where civil society has excelled is working together, and as coalitions or partnerships. I don't think that's something that the private sector would do in terms of coming together and agreeing on what are some of those guarantees that they need to provide to governments and other stakeholders alike in terms of providing the assurance that the fears that people have over cross-border transfers, there are sufficient mechanisms to protect people. Because I think currently we have, there's a divided continent over which way to go about cross-border transfers. On the one hand, there are, businesses who are pulling on one side, there are some governments pulling on the other side. And I think until there is a common and shared understanding of what are the pros and cons of cross-border transfers, and that there are sufficient guarantees to ensure that in the countries where there are no data protection laws, for example, that the businesses have put in place, whether they are technical measures or policy measures within themselves or within the organizations, to provide assurance to the general public that their data is safe. I think, and also in countries where the laws are there, that there are actually mechanisms to enforce. So until we have that shared understanding and common approaches or guarantees to stakeholders, then we'll still have this debate over whether we should open the data tap or not. So I believe that across all countries within the continent, there's need to have more engagement on this issue, so that then we have very tangible and practical solutions that satisfy the human rights and privacy standards, but at the same time provide safety and security measures for the data that is being transacted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. So I'll pass on the next question to Dr. Martina and Grace. It's on how do we go about achieving harmonization of cross-border transfer requirements within the continent. So Dr. Martina, maybe you can share your views on this.
Yeah, this is the question I replied to before. Just to reiterate the point, it is that I think the only way in which we can look for harmonization, for example, in the context of the Africa Trade Continental Agreement, is to have clear what is the final objective that the region wants to have, because clearly there is a lot of heterogeneity across policies, but there is a possibility to promote harmonization if all the countries agree on one final objective to achieve for intra-regional trade. So as long as the final objective is clear, I think then it becomes easier to find how to tweak policies so that this objective can be achieved. And just adding on the other question about private sector and what it can be done, I think what is still missing is to have empirical evidence on the impact of these policies, also on the effectiveness of these policies in achieving their objective. I think that governments need more of this evidence. So this clearly is an area, I think, where there is value added and a possible contribution from private sector and other organizations. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martina. I'll pass it on to Grace. How do you think we can achieve harmonization of cross-border transfer?
Like I had also mentioned before, I think the free trade agreement is a big opportunity to finally achieve this. And I don't think we are starting from how do they say it? Reinventing the wheel, because we already have the Malabo Convention. I think one way to approach this is to find out what are the reasons that a lot of countries have not adopted Malabo. Are there some key common areas that if they were amended in the Malabo Conventions, more countries would join and make it something workable? That is one approach. I think another opportunity that we have is what Rehab you spoke about, the Association of National Data Protection Authorities. I see them as opportunity because there has been an increase in the number of data protection authorities in the past, let's say 10 years or so, or 5 years or so. And so, to Dr. Martinez's point of having empirical evidence, because these are the authorities or the regulators that are actually in these spaces, they have this unique position where they can actually advise the African Union and the governments on what is actually needed in order to move forward, coming from a very practical perspective from what they have seen. So that would be another opportunity. And then very quickly to add on to Rosemary's question on private sector. Again, I have seen this trend where practitioners, data protection practitioners, be they data protection officers or policy people, they are forming professional associations that, in my view, are quite powerful in advocacy, in representing the needs of the industry to the policymakers and to the regulators. And so I think that is another space that we are all watching to see how this kind of professional associations, what kind of advocacy they'll be able to achieve, including where these professional associations span over various countries.
Thank you so much, Dr. Grace, for that. And I think with that, I'd like to call the session to an end. I'd like to thank all the panelists for participating. It's been quite an interactive conversation.
And I'd just like to, there are two burning questions online. I'd like to really just beg for your time for 2 minutes of each so that you tackle the two questions. So the first question is, at Rahab, kindly clarify the requirements for binding corporate rules application, particularly between a parent company outside Kenya and its subsidiary in Kenya on cross-border data transfer. What kind of documentation should be put in place? And finally, we talk about users giving consent. Is specific language required or organizations allowed to use vague terminology such as we may share your information with our third-party service providers that often include third-party keystroke loggers and metapixels that automatically send all information, including personal information entered into our website, to Facebook and others in the data broker system. And by the time the individual reads the privacy policy to discover that sharing might occur, the information has already been disclosed and they had no prior notice or way to opt out. So maybe we could conclude with those two questions as we wrap it up.
So I'll pass on the first question on binding corporate rules to Ariana, because the requirements, maybe I'll just speak a bit on it. Like the requirements for binding corporate rules are actually set out in the general regulations. So there is an expectation that when you're developing that specific document, there are specific requirements or there are specific clauses that the office will expect to be listed in your binding corporate rules prior to submission of the same for review by the regulator and then approval of the same by the regulator to actually allow for the transfer of personal data.
Thank you. You took the words out of my mouth. No, I mean, exactly. So to whoever else answered the question, I think the legislation, I'm assuming they're in Kenya, is very well detailed in terms of what BCRs need to have in place. And I think use them as a tool. It's an easier way, I suppose, of complying with any concerns that you have, particularly as a multinational entity. Having BCRs in place will essentially, give you at least some clarity and some comfort that that transfers won't be subject to any additional adequacy requirements and so on and so forth. Perhaps for that time being, I think to the question that was answered on what the private sector has to do, I think BCRs are a very good tool and the easiest one because again, it's recognized in multiple data protection legislation around the world. And I think the core principle is obviously data protection principles are set out, and then how transfers need to happen, what indemnities and liabilities need to be set out in the agreements as between the two companies, and addressing the duty of care, again, between the two companies as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. And then the next question was on consent. And I'll pass on this to Victor because he spoke about it as one of the adequate safeguards prior to transfer of personal data. Maybe you can elaborate on what the conditions of consent are and who the onus falls on when it comes to actually proving consent.
So yeah, one of the approaches requisite for cross-border data transfers is, of course, consent. And I think I mentioned the challenge with the consent as an approach, because one of the things, of course, we do noted was that it at times is vague in terms of how it is obtained, and at times it's vague in terms of even how it's communicated. The Kenyan law is very specific on consent, which the threshold, of course, is prior and informed consent. And if, in my understanding of the question, is where someone believes that what they read was a vague statement of perhaps third-party sharing of data. Burden is actually on the data controller and data processor to actually, in that privacy policy that the person is alluding to actually explain who the third parties that this data may be shared with are. Because you cannot, of course, allege that you were given informed consent if the person did not actually know that where this third-party data or what sort of data this third party may access or may actually receive to process further. So normally, this is usually done in the privacy notices and the privacy policies, where a properly done privacy policy would actually elaborate what third parties are processing data, what nature of data they're processing, and what actually is the rationale for processing such data to a third party. Of course, a lot and much of our privacy policies for many of the organizations we've seen now are very inadequate to cover such, and that's why I even said in one of the limitations of consent as an approach to cross-border data transfers is the different readings, the different meanings, and a very subjective test on what would have really amounted to informed consent. But largely, burden is on the data controller or the data processor to actually elaborate this.
Thank you so much for that. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the panelists for availing themselves to actually participate in this conversation. It's been quite interactive, and hopefully the next time when they're organizing for the 5th Privacy Symposium, we'll have additional time to actually discuss this conversation, because the debate has moved between cross-border transfer of personal data and localization. We need, hopefully by the next year, we'll have figured what the motivation for the African continent is for having the specific provisions. And also by then, hopefully the private sector will have leverage on some of the measures that are being adopted by by the civil society to actually push the agenda of cross-border transfer. And we'll see a cost-benefit analysis of whether we should adopt localization requirements or not, or cross-border transfer is the way to go. And if so, what appropriate safeguards then can we adopt as a continent to actually enable trade within the African context? And I'd also like to thank the participants, both virtually and physically, for making the time to actually attend the session and making it as interactive as possible. Thank you, everybody, and wishing you a good evening wherever you are.
So thank you so much. A better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. There's no better way to end this today's session, but really appreciate you for the insightful words, and we are really thoughtful of your words. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate. So at this point, I'd like just to tell us what is next in terms of where we'll be at and where we're at. I'd like to appreciate all the panelists who were here since morning. those in absentia, those who have already left, those who are still here with us. Really appreciate you for taking the time to share your insights, share your stories, and connect with us. We hope to see you as well tomorrow as we continue. I'd like also to appreciate all of you for attending up to this particular time, up to the end. And I'd like just to tell you a run of what will be happening tomorrow. So we still start with a master class in the morning at 8:30. That's we'll be dealing with public-private surveillance partnership. Then we have the opening act. Then we have a keynote. Then we have a third panel that deals with artificial intelligence, machine learning, balancing benefits, and the like. Finally, we'll have a breakout session. Then we'll have a panel on human rights concerns related to public-private surveillance partnership and necessary. Basically, it's a continuation of this conversation that we've had today. I'd also like to appreciate all our organizers for this particular event. That's Unwanted Witness, and also the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology. Also our partners, the Privacy International, Mozilla Foundation, Kiktanet, APC, D4D Hub, Bowman, Civil Rights Defenders, and all the participants who've dialed in online as well. Really appreciate you. And at this point, I'd like to close the session and wish you a lovely evening. We meet here tomorrow. We continue the discussions. So thank you so much. Continue tweeting and continue following us on all our engagements. You can follow us at Privacy Symposium Africa. That's at Twitter. That's Africa Privacy. Facebook is Africa at Africa Privacy. Also in the website, you'll get all the speaker panels, all the sessions that are coming up at the Privacy Symposium Africa.com. Also, our handles for Unwanted Witness, we have Twitter at Unwanted Witness, Facebook at Unwanted Witness UG, and the website unwantedwitness.org, as well as the CPIT, which is Twitter StrathCPIT, website cpit.strathmore.edu. Kindly take photos, tweet, share the same and the like. Thank you so much. Have a good evening. I'll request the panelists will take a photo outside. Then we'll also take one photo for the end of the session. Thank you so much and have a lovely evening.